By saying that there is a biunivocal correspondence between the two structures, we are affirming the possibility that transference is produced in both directions, i.e., that the activity of reason produces thoughts in the cultural structure as well as that certain thoughts of the cultural structure, generated in it by the cultural subject, cause activity in the archetypal memory. However, as we have already made clear, there can only be transference in the latter direction, a posteriori to the cultural structure, i.e., when there is actually a cultural subject in the passu. In summary, in two biunivocally corresponding structures like those that we have described, there is functional solidarity and, as a consequence, simultaneity of processes, i.e., that activity in one structure implies simultaneous activity in the other. A movement of reason causes a simultaneous movement in the cultural structure, the illumination of a system, for example, but a possible movement in the cultural structure, the illumination of a system, e.g., simultaneously causes the activity of the rational function. We are thus faced with a vicious cycle in which it does not seem easy to decide, given a simultaneous movement in both structures, which is cause and which is effect. But the solution was already brought forward. In the passu, thought is usually produced by the activity of the rational subject. In Article B of this section, we asked what is the force that moves the passu's reason? And the answer was, the instinctive will. This would be, then, the force that sets in motion the simultaneous activity of the cultural and cerebral structures. But in the section psychic structure of the animal man or passu, the instinctive will was defined as adjusted to multiple conduct patterns that were motivating the behavior to be almost mechanical. The conclusion to be drawn from all this is the following: the passu possesses the possibility of developing a psychic subject that generates its own thoughts and causes the activity of reason, while this evolution takes place. And as long as a subject independent of reason is not available, the instinctive will determines the function of reason according to the form of the conduct patterns. Naturally, such patterns are formidable specializations of the animal instinct elaborated over millions of years of the Manu archetype's evolution. As we will see further ahead, it was only when the Hyperborean spirit was enchained to the passu that the conscious sphere and the conscious subject developed in these hybrids, the viryas. The microcosm thus tended toward ontic autonomy, in equal measure as the psychic structure, controlled by the conscious subject, tending toward self-consciousness or individuality. As here we are studying the rational thought of the passu, we should forget the viryas for the moment and accept that the activity of the cultural structure is usually determined by the instinctive subject, when the cultural subject does not operate. Under such conditions it occurs that, because of an operation of reason, which acts motivated, e.g., by an alimentary pattern, the illumination of a system is produced in the cultural structure. This is a rational thought, the experience of an entity's schema. It will depend on the profundity of the thought whether part or all of the semantic elements that the system, the content of which is the entity's schema, is made up of, will be experienced. But let us not forget that we define rational thought analogically as a formal abstraction of the structure, as an experience that is located over a system and, from there, emerges towards higher regions of the psychic structure. We will see what this depends on, but let us say in advance that such an emergence of thought is experienced as if it were a phenomenon independent of the cultural structure, as if it arose spontaneously in the higher strata of the psyche. F. Demiurgic signification and design. Let us consider the cultural structure and define in it the concept of continuity. In a structure, continuity is a topological property, i.e., qualitative, which intuitively can be defined as the possibility of starting from any node and arriving at any other just by moving along the bonds. That is to say, continuity requires that no interruptions occur during the movement. This is true for a simple structure, similar to the model in Figure 12. The cultural structure requires a more rigorous definition. Let us suppose that, after applying the systematic reduction to all the structure's systems, we unite each principle with its opposite by means of a dialectical relationship. We will thus have a set of systems similar to that of Figure 13. In that case, there is a continuity if all the systems of the set are connected to each other by at least one relationship each. It should be emphasized that this continuous set of interconnected systems possesses all the characteristics of a structure. Continuity thus defined is a topological property, a pure quality of the structure. But the cultural structure is an organism vitalized by mental activity. There are no separate parts or qualities for it, but rather experiences of systems, thoughts over the structure. It is worth asking, then, how is the continuity of the cultural structure experienced? The question for the experience of a quality can be understood analogically. Let us suppose that someone establishes that our skeleton is continuous, in the topological structural sense mentioned earlier, and asks us how we experience such a quality. Naturally, the answer can only come from a self-examination. Given that we cannot feel the skeleton, we can at least make a palpation, with the hands, of our body. Then, an answer could be this: the continuity of the skeleton is for me the hardness that the flesh acquires when it is pressed by the fingers of the hand in almost the whole body. Said hardness is continuous because I can go from any point of hardness to any other just by moving the fingers over the body and without at any time ceasing to perceive its interior hardness. What does this tell us? That the quality is experienced as an attribute of something else. The continuity has become a continuous hardness. In other words, hardness, which is also a quality, i.e., an adjective, has been substantivized, reified, so that its continuity is then predicated with the adjective continuous. The hardness is continuous. It thus turns out that the experience of the quality consists in its substantivization. The answer is the following: in the cultural structure of the Pasu, structural continuity is experienced as a continuous signification. Here is a concept of capital importance: signification is a continuum. But precisely because of its importance, this concept will have to be clarified. First of all, we must distinguish between signification and significance. Both terms are related as the general is to the particular, within the same kind, for example, as a structure is to a system or thinking is to thought. Signification is the experience of a structure's quality as such, which can only be obtained by experiencing a total thinking, not focalized in any thought, or an intuition of such a thinking. But signification is continuous, i.e., it is something substantive, which subsists as a quality of the whole structure. Instead, the significance is the moment of signification, that which is signified when thought illuminates a system. Once the distinction between signification and significance has been made, it is necessary to consider that the unity of rational thinking is given by continuous signification. Then, the significance of a rational thought is an inseparable part of the signification of the thinking to which it is united at that moment. In the next section we will deal with the study of continuous signification under the temporal aspect. In the meantime, it is useful to take the idea that signification is a mental horizon on which 6 significances can stand out as reliefs. When thinking, in which consists the vitality of the cultural structure, lacks thought, then the horizon of signification remains at a constant level. Suddenly, a thought illuminates a system, on the horizon of signification. At that moment, the significance's relief stands out. Thus, the significance is not a mere content, but the fundament of rational thought, the subsistent basis on which all content rests. We were saying that rational thought is the experience of a system. Now we know that the significance is the fundament of thought because it is the experience of the continuous signification in the system. But the significance, as a relief of the horizon of signification, has to manifest degrees of enhancement, the greater or lesser significance of a rational thought. Well, the degrees of the significance depend on the profundity of the thought. Let us clarify this concept. Contrary to a merely superficial movement, rational thought, when it occurs over a system, can consist of a part or of the totality of the system's semic elements. The capacity of a thought for including, in its experience, part or all of a system's symbols, i.e., for perceiving an appearance or the essence of the entity's schema, is denominated profundity. The more profound a rational thought is, the more semic elements of the schema it possesses, the greater its truth is. The degrees of the significance depend on the profundity of the thought, i.e., on how much the system has been experienced in semic terms. For example, the degrees of the significance depend on how much the dimensions of the relationship are experienced in the rational thought, extension, comprehension, and potency. But the relationship is a complex symbol that expresses the entity's schema, the interpretation of the design made by the second operation of reason. Thus we arrive at the two extremes of rational knowledge, design and significance. In effect, the external entity's essence, the being for man, is the demiurgic design that is made evident by rational discovery and constitutes the original extreme of the act of knowing. At the other extreme, in the entity's thought, the significance is a degree of determinate knowledge about the truth of the entity. And between both extremes, of course, it is possible to point out several processes proper to the mode of rational knowing, already previously studied: external entity, sensorial sphere, first operation of reason, design, second operation, schema or relationship, the significance of the entity's thought. We said that thought is the act of thinking located over a system, and we add that significance is the fundament of thought, the level of reference on which are based those semic contents of the schema that have been able to be experienced. But a system is made up of principles and relationships, and the type of idea in which the thought consists will depend on which of these symbols are signified. If the significance refers to a principle, then the thought will consist in an imageless idea. If what is signified comes from a relationship, the thought has the possibility of containing an idea with an image, but this will depend on the active potency of the relationship, as will be explained in the next article. Demiurgic word and design. The significance and the design are the extremes of the process of discovering the entity, but does this fulfill the finality of the pasu? Certainly not, since such a finality demands that the significance returns to the entity and points out a meaning in it. In this article, said need will be made evident in a general way. The guidelines that determine the problem will also be set, i.e., if the pasu is an evolving being, at what point in its development should we make descriptions of it that undoubtedly show its finality of being a giver of meaning, a producer of culture? The mental terminus of the design, of the discovery of the entity, is, then, the significance. But the finality of the pasu is not only to discover the entities but to place meaning on the entities so that, from within the entities, the reason for the world emerges. This reason is what justifies the work of the demiurge and the object of his pleasure. It is the good toward which the finality of the pasu must aim, the goal of his destiny. That is why it is not sufficient for the design to reveal itself to the pasu's reason and to be internally known. It is necessary, fundamentally necessary, that the discovery be exteriorized, that the schema of the entity crosses the sensorial sphere in the inverse direction and bursts forth outside. This inverse transit and the way in which the significance returns to the entity brings to the fore the problem of language, the solution of which will be the subject of the next article. But now, as an example, let us suppose that the significance is expressed by means of the word, of the name that the pasu reassigns to the external entities. The bursting forth outside of the name impulses the entity to gravitate around man with its own meaning, transforming itself from a natural entity into a cultural object. In other words, the field, the sphere of gravitation, of the entities of reason is a specifically human domain denominated culture. Here we must distinguish between the particular act of discovering the entity's design and the collective act of expressing a corresponding concept in the terms of a language. The discovery is the particular act, proper to the psychic structure of the pasu, the naming of the entity, the granting it meaning by means of an external sign, morpheme, ideogram, symbol, etc., is a collective act, the form of which, in general, is that of a cultural fact. It is evident, as a giver of meaning, the pasu must express externally that design that it has been able to discover internally, but such an expression would be meaningless if it were issued individually, if it were not produced within a socio-cultural framework that would ensure its perpetuation. Hence, the principal objective of pasu society is to sustain the entity's meaning, i.e., to produce culture. Culture, understood as a social fact, depends, for its production and development, on collective communication, on the exercise of languages, the signs of which are significant for all. Languages, as will be seen, come from the cultural structure, and the lahasha is produced throughout life by the archetypal memory and reason, i.e., by the brain. This is why it should be noted that the mutual understanding between members of the same cultural community does not depend so much on the convention of a language's significant signs as on the biological fact that all brains are structurally similar. In other words, it is the hereditary archetypal memory, similar in all members of a species, which makes it possible to create analogous psychic cultural structures that derive in languages of common concepts. Now, and in all that follows, it is important not to forget that we are studying the Pasu in the evolutive state that it was in when the enchainment of the Hyperborean spirits took place. At that time, after a long history that we omit here for the sake of brevity, it had been transformed into an unequivocal cultural subject. However, as we have already explained previously, it had taken such a long time to reach such a state that the development of the plan would sooner or later have to be cancelled, i.e., its future as a species could only be extinction. From this, as we will see, the Siddha's treason saved it. In any case, the Pasu was possessing, at that time, the two basic elements of every producer of culture, a highly developed gregarious instinct and a collective communication through a language. Of course, said communication was phonetic and so primitive that the language was made up of very few words, i.e., phonemes with roots of signification. The exercise of a language, however primitive it may be, involves the fact of its learning, and to learn means to take something given. In the case of the Pasu's language, what it takes when learning are the words, i.e., the phonetic expression of the entity's design, the significance of which is common to the members of the tribal society. We must grasp well the fact of the phonetic expression, assigning meaning, before continuing the study of the cultural structure. First of all, we must repeat that the entities are designated by the demiurge from the beginning of their existence, and that such a designation constitutes the essence discovered by the rational function, the being for man. Therefore, the words of the Pasu language were not created in order to designate entities but come from the interpretation that the rational function made of the a priori designs. This means that words come from the cultural structure, more concretely, from the bonds or relationships, that is, from the structured archetypal interpretation of the entity's design. A word that names an entity has to reflect a relationship of the cultural structure, a complex symbol, and has to express a significance. This significance, intelligible to all possessors of language, is the meaning of the entity, which will enable its external structuring as a cultural object. Whoever infers from this that the finality of the Pasu is fulfilled with the expression of the significant word would be mistaken. The truth is that the word only expresses the entity's significance in a language. Culture also consists in multiplying the common or collective languages by expanding the scope of the entity's signification and thus intensifying the meaning of the world, affirming its raison d'etre. This will be Bihashya understood also studying the next article, in which the questions, what is a language? And what is the structural origin of the different languages? Are given answers. H. The rational languages of the Pasu. In Article F we have mentioned 4 facts that particularly interest us here. The first is that the finality of the Pasu demands that the entity's significance, i.e., the fundament of the entity's idea, be expressed outside. The second is that such an expression constitutes a collective or cultural fact. The third is that, being a collective fact, the expression of the significance must be manifested in the terms of a language. The fourth is that culture, that is, the collective activity of particular subjects, makes it possible that, for the expression of the significances, multiple languages exist. In order to go deeper into these 4 facts, it is useful to put them in the form of a question. First, how is the entity's significance expressed outside? Second, what is a cultural fact? Third, what is a rational language? And fourth, what is the structural origin of the multiple languages? However, for reasons of explanatory methodology, it will be necessary to respond by following an inverse order. In this article, we will give answers to the last 2 questions and, in the following articles, to the remaining ones. 1. What is a rational language? In order to respond to this question, we need to make use of the structural mode concept, and we are going to acquire it intuitively by observing the structure represented in Figure 12. It is evident that said structure has been denominated a cubic lattice because its nodes and bonds determine the form of a cube. But what is perhaps not so evident is that such a property is a particular case of the following general law of structures: every structure determines a form. Whence, every form, determined by a structure, is a function of the structural modality. The general law will become evident if we recognize that in any structure, whatever its lattice, a determinate formal profile is always configured. But, having established the fact of the form, we see that the lattice depends on the way the bonds are arranged. They can unite with the nodes in order to form a cube, an octahedron, or any other polyhedron. In summary, the form depends on the mode in which the bonds are structured. In structural morphology, the concept of homology is also used in order to refer to formally similar structures. But we will say that those substructures, constructed on the basis of the same structural mode, have a homologous form. That is to say, in a structure we can point out by an inspection and abstraction, for example, two cubes without common bonds. Such cubes are, according to our previous definitions, two substructures. Then we say, the forms are homologous. The substructures, which determine said forms, possess the same modality. The formal homology between substructures depends, then, on the modality with which the lattices are constructed. What does the structural mode consist in? Answer: there is an ultimate formal pattern, which cannot be broken down by reduction. The modality of a structure is the way in which such an irreducible pattern is reproduced in the architecture of the system. Of course, when saying substructure, we can also say system and refer to the mode in which the system is structured, speaking of the form of the system. Let us apply these concepts to the cultural structure. It has been seen that every substructure, according to its mode, determines a form. If the substructure considered is a relationship, its form is the schema of the entity in which it consists. In this sense, the mode is a sort of fourth dimension of the relationship, together with extension, comprehension, and potency, a formal dimension. But, due to the fact that the mode concept goes far beyond the limits of the relationship, since its extension reaches the whole structure, it is useful to consider it as a dimension of the systems. What, then, is a language? Let us recall the operation that we define as the function between relationships and principles and that we denominate as reduction. It enables us to simplify systems in such a way that a complex system can be reduced to a set of simple systems, and it is feasible for any simple system to be synthesized as Figure 13 shows, i.e., as a relationship between opposite principles. Having this operation of reduction in view, we can begin by emphasizing that, first of all, language is the inverse operation of structural reduction. But is reduction an internal operation of systems? Is language, perhaps, a systematic operation? In effect, in the most general way, it can be affirmed that, all language is the possibility that reason has of constructing a system. We will try to clarify the meaning of this affirmation. Let us specify, first of all, how the word construct is to be understood, and to do so let us begin by emphasizing the most obvious. The act of constructing supposes a fundamental material that is arranged in accordance with a determinate order during construction. For example, a house is constructed with bricks, a machine with parts, a geometric figure with points, lines, and planes, and a structure with nodes and bonds. In the structural sense, to construct signifies connecting nodes with bonds according to a formal mode, i.e., to an order of construction. For example, in the structure of Figure 12, the modality is cubic because the formal pattern that is reproduced throughout the lattice is the cube. It is clear, then, that in a structure the bricks, the pieces, of the construction are the nodes and bonds, and that the formal mode is the order with which such bricks fit into the building. We have just affirmed that all language is the possibility of constructing a system. What is a language system constructed with? Answer: the fundamental element of all language is the simple system, the analogical schema of which we saw in Figure 13. It is evident that if a language, which is a system, is constructed with simple systems, it can only be a complex system. We can, therefore, complete our previous definition and say, all language is the rational possibility of constructing a complex system. Now, this clarification tells us nothing about the way in which said possibility becomes effective, i.e., about the modality of the system. But such an omission is justified because the definition of language as a rational possibility prevents us from pointing out a priori the formal mode with which all possible languages are to be constructed. At most we can make a formal study of some existing languages and describe their modality, i.e., how the internal structures of the complex system in which they consist are constructed. In existing languages, their formal mode, i.e., the mode in which the complex system grows, is called the logical modality or simply, the internal logic of the system. Of course, the question of language is not satisfied with explaining how a complex system is constructed. We must also know what determinations are introduced into thought by the fact of language. In effect, we have seen that rational thought is the experience of a system, but, if said system forms part of a language, what is the determination that the Lahasher imposes on it? Answer: language determines the significant context of thought. In order to understand this answer, let us remember that we imagine the significance of a thought as a relief on the continuous horizon of signification. Let us suppose now that such a relief is analogous to a mountain peak elevated above a determinate geography. Toward the north, for example, other mountains stand out, to the south a valley, to the east a sea, to the west a plain furrowed by rivers. We can have an intuitive idea about the significant context of the significance if we call the mountains, valleys, seas, plains, rivers, etc., which surround it and give it geographical meaning, the geographical context of the mountain peak. A mountain peak cannot exist isolated from a geographical context, just as a significance does not signify anything outside of the significant context of language. The evidence that the significant context is a function of the language's logical modality should also be intuitive. In the previous example, a distinct geographical modality would cause the mountain peak to appear surrounded by a different context. The significance of a thought, considered in the significant context of a language, is denominated concept. But this must be clear, only in the framework of a language is the significance a concept. Nor should we confuse a concept with a simple system because thought and the significance originate in simple systems. As we will soon see, a system can be part of several languages and, therefore, have several significant contexts that modify the form of the concept. 2. What is the structural origin of the multiple languages? At the beginning of the article, together with the question of language, we proposed the question of the structural origin of the different languages. In order to find the answer, we must now consider the elements of language construction, i.e., the simple systems that we show in Figure 13. A language is constructed of one or more of these systems that are structured in an order of a particular logical modality. Let us recall what such systems consist of: principles and relationships. Bols. Thought is the experience of principles and relationships constituted in a system, and their content is erected on the significance as imageless ideas or ideas that may have an image. We said, when studying reduction, that principles, being simple symbols, are irreducible. This irreducible character of the principles determines that what is signified in a corresponding thought is self-evident, that it cannot be denied. That is why the principles of the cultural structure are known as pure concepts of the understanding, categories, mathematical principles, logical principles, etc. With principles, i.e. with simple symbols, the schemata of any entity are formed and constitute relationships. Undoubtedly, a simple system, formed by a principle and a relationship, is determined by the evidence of the principle. Hence, a language or complex system constructed only with certain simple systems as fundamental elements, repeated according to a determinate logical modality, can be completely different from another language elaborated from different systems. Reason is, therefore, capable of constructing multiple languages. Now, In these systems, which act as fundamental elements of language and the evidence of which comes from the internal principle, what class of entity is schematized in the relationship? Answer: an internal entity. The fundamental elements of a language, as systems, are not, then, of the same class as the systems that produce the knowledge of external entities. It is worth asking, what difference does it make that the element of language is the schema of an internal entity compared to the schema of external entities? Answer: the schema of an internal entity consists in one or more archetypal symbols without reference to external entities. Let us recall that an archetypal symbol is a symbol that differs from a principle only in potency, a concept that will be defined in the next paragraph. A principle possesses passive potency, an archetypal symbol, corresponding to the same archetype as that principle, but substructured in a relationship, possesses active potency. When the schema of a relationship does not correspond to an external entity, it is an internal entity and, in the case that we are considering, part of an element of language or system. Classic examples of existing languages are spoken languages and mathematical structures. Let us consider some fundamental elements of such languages. If an archetypal symbol of a relationship is substantivized or reified and another symbol is linked to the former as a predication of some quality, the system constitutes a linguistic sentence. Gauge, and on the modality with which these elements are reproduced, the type of structure that the produced language possesses. On the other hand, given a number of particular axioms, it is possible, for example, to define certain relationships between them, thus determining the modality of the mathematical structure, which can be a group, ring, body, vector space, etc. And the same can be exemplified in linguistic language, by means of certain defined relationships between elementary assertions, different logical modalities in syntactic structures of judgments, propositions, sentences, etc., will be determined. Continuing with these examples, it is easy to realize that, starting from linguistic or mathematical systems, i.e., sentences or axioms, it is possible to develop structures of complex systems, or languages, with two main characteristics: 1. The systems derived from the fundamental elements, their schemata, keep no correspondence with external entities. 2. Complex systems never stop growing, or, in other words, complex systems grow indefinitely from within. In the cultural structure, the region where languages are structured, i.e., their fundamental elements and those systems constructed with them, is denominated habitual structure. The rest of the cultural structure, formed by systems with schemata of external entities, is called the actual structure. It should be noted that, while the actual structure is permanent and a priori to all language, the habitual structure is a posteriori to the knowledge of the entities and is constituted by necessarily incomplete virtual systems, because in the fundamental elements lies the possibility of their construction. But if, as we have seen, languages originate in evident systems, founded exclusively on pure symbols, how can the truth of an external entity be comprehended by the terms of a language? Answer: by the application of the translative faculty of rational thinking, the measure of which is intelligence. Let us consider the following definition: intelligence is the capacity that rational thinking possesses for semiotically translating an entity's schema into the greatest possible number of languages. Such a capacity is called translative faculty. This definition is indicating that we must distinguish between the schema of the entity and the translation of the schema into a given language. But the schema is the truth of the entity in the cultural structure, the rational interpretation of its essence or design, and such a truth has been structured a priori to all language. If it can be translated into a multiplicity of languages, it signifies that each one will contain only a part of the entity's truth, an aspect or appearance, i.e., any definition of an entity, in any language, describes only a part of the entity's truth. It is an incomplete symbol. However, we still do not know how the intelligence translates the schema into the terms of the linguistic system. We will give the answer and then, as usual, we will intuitively explain it by means of structural analogies. When the rational thinking of the Pusu procures to apprehend the thought of a system in the terms of a language, its translative faculty enables it to see, then the truth of the entity is translated as an intelligible concept or a linguistic significance. What the translative faculty does is facilitate the vision of the schema from a determinate perspective, in such a way that the significant context of thought conditions its significance as a concept of the schema. It encodes or annotates it in terms of the contextual language. Strictly speaking, the translative faculty consists in applying the habitual structure on the actual structure in order to establish semiotic correspondences. The virtual complex system of language is expanded over the actual system of the entity by situating the schema in its significant context. Those symbols of the schema that correspond with symbols of language are actualized in the concept that, naturally, can only contain an aspect of its truth, some equivalent symbols, or notes of the schema. One can acquire an intuitive idea of all this by attentively observing the ice in Figure 14. In solid geometry it is demonstrated that infinite planes pass through a straight line. In 4 of these infinite planes that pass through the 20th system that we have structured, with nodes and bonds, the meshes. Suppose that each one of these meshes forms part of the virtual structure of 4 different languages and that the 20th system represents the schema of an external entity. In that case we can affirm that each mesh on its plane is analogous to the significant context of a language and that, the aspect of the 20th system, noted from the perspective of the plane that contains it, is the concept of the schema, i.e., the significance, as opposed to the significant context. The planes of each significant context are denominated planes of signification. It is evident that in the 20th system of Figure 14 the truth of the entity can be seen or noted under 4 distinct concepts, although it could be in many more by simply adding meshes of languages on other planes of signification. If said ice belonged to the cultural structure, intelligence would consist in the capacity to note the 20th system in as many significant contexts as possible, for example, in, etc. by accompanying Figure 14 with the side view of the ice, depicted in Figure 15, we can analogically advance the idea of a concept. Figure 14. The problem is the following: if each one of the 4 languages in Figure 14 determines a concept of the 20th system, what analogical part of the 20th system, which portion of the cylindrical bond, corresponds to each one of the 4 concepts? Answer: each concept is equivalent to a longitudinal slice of the 20th system cut on the language's plane of signification. In Figure 15 can be seen, in headlines, the profile of the 4 slices, or concepts of the 20th system, determined by languages, and now, the principles, as we know, are irreducible, so the concept slice can only be cut from the cylindrical bond or relationship. In Figure 16 we have represented one of these slices of the bond that, analogically, correspond to the concept. A slice of a cylindrical bond is to be determined by the spatial dimensions of the length and volume. Analogously, a concept is determined by the dimensions of the relationship, extension and comprehension. Figure 15. Let us recall that the relationship is the semic schema of the entity, the extension denotes the class of all the simple symbols that are substructured in the schema. The comprehension is the measure of the entity's truth. It indicates how close the schema comes to representing the design, how many properties of the correspond to the former. That is why the comprehension is analogous to the volume of the bond, i.e., to the complexion of the substructure itself. These 2 dimensions determine the concept and we will now see how. First, let us observe that if the concept is a longitudinal portion of the relationship, then the extension of a concept is equal to the extension of the relationship that it signifies. In consequence, every concept has to significantly encompass the class of all the symbols that are under the extension of its relationship. Figure 16. Comprehension of its relationship. For the comprehension of the concept to be equal to that of the relationship, the volume of the slice would have to be equal to that of the cylindrical bond, and this can only happen in the case where the translative faculty situates the relationship in infinite significant contexts. But, needless to insist, this possibility marks the maximum theoretical limit of a Pussu's intelligence. One would have to see how so intelligent a Pussu would manage to exteriorly express these infinite concepts in infinite languages. Of course, This does not imply that the truth of the entity cannot be grasped in its totality. This occurs when the experience of the system is grasped by thinking as a thought of the whole schema, but quite another thing is to express that experience. Then there is no other solution than to enclose the truth in the context of a language and to manifest its concept. The extension of a relationship is a quantitative dimension. It determines the quantity of semic elements that integrate the schema. On the contrary, comprehension is a qualitative dimension, since it determines the degree of the schema's truth according to the qualities that correspond to the design. The concept can only take some notes of such qualities, since its comprehension is always lesser. And that slice of truth, that aspect of the schema that has been noted in the significant context of a language, is what the possu expresses and divulges in the socio-cultural world, what acquires fame and becomes news. In summary, the concept is also determined by two dimensions, extension and comprehension. The extension of a concept is equal to the extension of a relationship and refers to the quantity of the schema's semic elements. The comprehension of a concept indicates which notes of its content correspond to semic qualities or dispositions of the schema, how close the lahasha is to coinciding with the truth of the entity. We have seen that a relationship, such as that of the 20th system in Figure 14, can be seen or noted in various significant contexts or languages. The resulting concepts are analogous to the slice in Figure 16. Let us now observe Figure 15 where, with two hashed lines, the outlines of the four slices are highlighted, each one of which is in its plane of signification. It is evident that each plane intersects the others in a common straight line, 20, which serves as the axial axis of the cylindrical bond. But said planes correspond to different significant contexts of different languages. Then, what certainly intersects within the system are the languages themselves, as can be seen in Figure 14. It is precisely the different obliquity of the languages that makes possible the existence of multiple concepts about the same truth. Such an intersection of languages produces, in the four concept slices, a common region around the 20th axial axis, as shown in Figure 16. This region, which is denominated the concept's connotative nucleus or simply connotation, is a dimension proper to concepts, which we will now explain. Each concept includes all the notes about the truth of the entity noted in the significant context of its language. But the fact that all concepts of the same truth overlap in a common region implies the community of some class of notes. In other words, the concepts of the same truth participate in certain common notes. But, where is the region of common notes? As can be seen in Figure 16, in the depths of the concept, i.e., at the center of its comprehension. It is because of this condition that, when thinking deeply about the concept of a truth, it usually causes the perception of second significances, that is, the connotation of other concepts about the same truth. What occurs is that the depth of the thought leads to the connotative nucleus, to the axial axis of the relationship, i.e., to the axis where languages intersect, and that is why it is possible, from there, to glimpse other contexts of signification, to note other connoting concepts. Hence, the rational access to a more complete comprehension of the truth of an entity consists in deepening the concept until finding the connotative nucleus, procuring then that the translative faculty exercises the intellectual intuition of the connoted concepts. The possibility of reaching the connotative nucleus that underlies every concept can also have another important utility. By perceiving the connoting concept, it is feasible to move forward on the significant context of its language and reach the habitual structure or virtual origin of such a language. In this way, it is possible to systematically reconstruct languages that until then were only virtual, that is, there were possibilities of the cultural structure. It is somewhat obvious, but it is useful to notice here, that the rational mentality is averse to taking oblique paths. It usually keeps to one or two horizontal languages, without going deeper into the concepts, without taking the connotative nuclei into account, and, of course, without ever entering into oblique contexts of signification. Connotation, such as it has been defined here, is a structural dimension of the concept and refers to the participation of several concepts in the common notes of the same truth. However, concepts also usually connote, although more weakly, significances belonging to truths of other entities. It is the denominated connotation of contiguous significances. It occurs because the adjacent relationships of the cultural structure can be on the same plane of signification. It follows that the connotative nuclei of both concepts are connected by the common language and mutually connote their significances. Of course, this is not a true connotation, i.e., the product of the intersection of languages, but a defect of rational thinking caused by the vagueness of the limits of the significance, which come to border on the limits of a contiguous significance. When rational thought concentrates on a system, the limits of the significance are sharply defined in the significant context of the concept, without touching the adjacent concepts situated on the same plane of signification. Then the only possible connotation is that which is produced by the intersection of languages in the connotative nucleus of the concept. So far we have answered the last question. It is now useful, before going on to the next article, to review the answers obtained. To the question what is a language? It has been answered that it is the possibility of constructing a complex system using, as fundamental elements, simple systems structured according to a particular formal modality. We also learned that the significance of a thought, considered in the significant context of a language, is the concept. The following question, what is the structural origin of the multiple languages, allowed us to know that the cultural structure is made up of the habitual structure and the actual structure. The actual structure is constituted exclusively by systems that contain schemata of external entities, i.e., entities of which design has transcended the sensorial sphere, hence the denomination of actual. Actuality comes from the effective discovery of the design. The habitual structure, on the other hand, consists of the multiple languages' simple systems with which the translative faculty could conceptually interpret the schemata of the actual structure. According to the simple systems that intervene, and the logical modality in which they are related, each virtual language can expand over the actual structure, in any meaning, and determine the significant context of the experienced or thought actual system. Then the significance, which fundaments the thought of that system, is noted in contrast to the context of the language and encoded as a concept. But, it being possible, the application to the thought system of multiple significant contexts expanded from the habitual structure, it turns out that the significance of the schema, the fundament of the Lhasia's rational thought, can be apprehended by thinking in the form of multiple concepts, each one of which contains part of the concept, as a particular vision of the entity's truth in the context of a language, is determined especially by the dimensions of the relationship that it signifies, extension and comprehension, to which is added a new dimension, proper to the concept, called connotation. In synthesis, languages are systems of conceptual significances, but systems that possess a habitual part, i.e., a disposition for systematic expansion over the actual structure, which is the cause of conceptual rationalization, and an effectively existing part, in continuous growth, formed by the conceptual significances of those schemata that have been the object of thought. Languages are thus capable of conceptually rationalizing any schema of the actual structure. The systematic rationalization of the actual structure consists not only in conceptually encoding the schemata of external entities, but also in systematically grouping the concepts according to arbitrary cardinal and ordinal determinations. In this way, the group of concepts forms a system and expresses a group significance, i.e., concepts of concepts are a-aimed. This is possible because intelligence is the faculty of translating concepts from one language to another, from where it is inferred that there are languages of which concepts can contain classes of concepts of other languages when being systematically applied on groups of schemata. That is why the capacity to classify is the main effect of intelligence and the basis of every rational method. A typical example of systematic classification is the taxological method of science, which consists in grouping entities according to their structural homology. For this, taxa such as species, genus, family, order, class, branch, kingdom, etc., are defined. The thought of a system, of an entity's truth, when being thought conceptually in one language can also be classified in another by the effect of the translative capacity of intelligence. What relationship is there between this capacity and the finality of the PUSU? This will be made clear in the following article. Finality and suprafinality, language and expression. At the beginning of the previous article, 4 questions were posed, 2 of which were elucidated in order to answer what a language is and what is the origin of its possible plurality. 2 questions remained pending: how is the significance of the entity expressed outside, and what is a cultural fact? But before responding to the first question, let us once again pose the terms of the problem. As we have seen, the finality of the PUSU is to give meaning to the world. In order to fulfill such a finality, it is not enough to grant meaning to the entities by means of some form of expression, it is also necessary that said meaning endure and be reaffirmed again and again, offer a perpetual search and discovery of the design, of a truth that is never completely revealed to reason. This search, this discovery, this reaffirmation, they please the demiurge, they form part of the object of his pleasure. An external superstructure that sustains the meaning granted to the entities is therefore required. To construct such a superstructure is a collective task, and languages are the tool with which the PUSU is endowed in order to undertake it. In another section we will study the constitution and development of superstructures, but, for now, it is enough to know that the form determined by a superstructure is called culture. The finality requires, in effect, that the PUSU collectively be a producer of culture and particularly a giver of meaning. For this purpose, it must make use of language and languages. The answer to the first question will clarify for us how these requisites are fulfilled. 1. How is the significance of the entity expressed outside? Let us begin with finality and suprafinality. In entities, as we have explained, 2 termini coexist, the entelecheial finality and the being for man's suprafinality. The entelecheial finality is rationally incognizable because it depends on the universal archetype that sustains the entity and evolves in it. But this finality is only the concretion of an entelche, the fulfillment of a plan. Its development provides no more pleasure to the demiurge than that already obtained at the beginning of its creation. In order to bear the weight of the work, the demiurge requires that certain autonomous entities, or PUSUs, discover the actual entities, reflect them in themselves and place a meaning on them. The permanent discovery of the entities, admiration, fear, or any other affection for finality and suprafinality, language and expression. At the beginning of the previous article, 4 questions were posed, 2 of which were elucidated in order to answer what a language is and what is the origin of its possible plurality. 2 questions remained pending: how is the significance of the entity expressed outside? And what is a cultural fact? But before responding to the first question, let us once again pose the terms of the problem. As we have seen, the finality of the PUSU is to give meaning to the world. In order to fulfill such a finality, it is not enough to grant meaning to the entities by means of some form of expression, it is also necessary that said meaning endure and be reaffirmed again and again, offer a perpetual search and discovery of the design, of a truth that is never completely revealed to reason. This search, this discovery, this reaffirmation, they please the demiurge, they form part of the object of his pleasure. An external superstructure that sustains the meaning granted to the entities is therefore required. To construct such a superstructure is a collective task, and languages are the tool with which the PUSU is endowed in order to undertake it. In another section we will study the constitution and development of superstructures, but, for now, it is enough to know that the form determined by a superstructure is called culture. The finality requires, in effect, that the PUSU collectively be a producer of culture and particularly a giver of meaning. For this purpose, it must make use of language and languages. The answer to the first question will clarify for us how these requisites are fulfilled. 1. How is the significance of the entity expressed outside? Let us begin with finality and suprafinality. In entities, as we have explained, 2 termini coexist, the entelecheial finality and the being for man's suprafinality. The The entelligible finality is rationally incognizable because it depends on the universal archetype that sustains the entity and evolves in it. But this finality is only the concretion of an entelchi, the fulfillment of a plan. Its development provides no more pleasure to the demiurge than that already obtained at the beginning of its creation. In order to bear the weight of the work, the demiurge requires that certain autonomous entities, opposites, discover the actual entities, reflect them in themselves and place a meaning on them. The permanent discovery of the entities, admiration, fear, or any other affection for the world, is the finality of the Pasu and the demiurge's object of pleasure. Thus is how entities are designated by the demiurge with a primordial bija that must be discovered by the Pasu and rationalized in its cultural structure. This bija, this design, this being for man, is the essence of the entity, that which is made known, the suprafinality. The design is that which is made known to rational knowledge, that which is taken by reason and interpreted as a schema, and that which is signified by the scheme as thought. But in this making known, the entity expects to receive the meaning, i.e., what is made known must be returned, restituted in the entity, but with a new, cultural meaning. This meaning, the expression of the significance, is what the Pasu places on the entity in lieu of the design, transforming the entity into a cultural object. The agreement between the finality of the Pasu and the suprafinality of the entity thus demands a movement in two directions, from the entity to the Pasu and from the Pasu to the entity. We have already amply studied the first transit. The external entity, facing the sensorial sphere, reveals its design that reason schematizes and structures and thought signifies. On the second movement, which goes from the mental significance of the entity back to the entity, it will be necessary to now expand on in order to comprehend how the Pasu fulfills its finality. The extremes of the first movement are the design and the significance, the extremes of the second are the significance and the expression. With the expression, in effect, the Pasu places meaning on the entities, it returns to them, rationalized, the design that was given to it. Thus we arrive at the core of the question, how is the significance of the entity expressed outside? And we see that all its weight falls on the act of expressing. What is to be understood by expressing? Answer: just as the knowledge of the entity, its discovery, begins with the transcendence with which the design passes through the sensorial sphere, so the expression is a manifestation of the significance that passes through the sensorial sphere in the direction opposite to the design's transit. Through the expression, the significance of the entity returns to the entity and places meaning on it. But, it occurs that everything that comes from the interior of the sensorial sphere, and transcends outward, necessarily manifests itself as bodily movement. The human body, because of its organic nature, supposes a multiplicity of movements carried out at all times, i.e., continuously, some voluntary and others automatic. For example, respiration is comprised of two rhythmic movements, the function of which is to produce the exchange of oxygen for carbon dioxide. These phases pass through the sensorial sphere in both directions. Consider also the movements resulting from the need for food, procreation, etc., or for psychoaffective motivations of any kind, etc. The totality of exterior movements is called Pasu conduct, the exterior part of behavior. The problem consists in defining when a bodily movement is an expression, but such a definition can only be given us as showing that the interior movements of the sensorial sphere, among which thinking stands out, and the exterior movements occur in continuous, parallel, and correlative planes. But we will show this fact step by step. We previously explained that continuous signification is the horizon of thinking, the immanent vitality of the cultural structure, just as the significance is the fundament of thought, the experience of a system. Now, thinking is the faculty that characterizes the Pasu among other entities, an interior activity. Let us clarify this. The interiority of thinking is understood within the limits of the sensorial sphere. Outside it are the entities of the world, the universal. But within the sensorial sphere, thinking is a continuous activity on the horizon of continuous signification, and outside of the sensorial sphere, on the limit between it and the world, there is a multiple activity, the product of the participation that the Pasu, as an animal man, necessarily exercises with the world. The limit of the sensorial sphere, outward, is a border in continuous movement. Actions and reactions develop unceasingly, entities press the sensitivity, act inward, and the brain responds by controlling and integrating the movements of motor skills, reacting outward, producing a conduct, an external behavior. What we want to emphasize here is that the interior continuity of thinking is correlative with the exterior continuity of conduct, with the total movement that the puzzle continuously unfurls into the world. We must clarify that this correlativity between thinking and exterior movement does not imply any consciousness. The puzzle does not yet possess consciousness, its thinking is strictly rational, developed over the cultural structure. In this thinking, the brain is the fundamental support. But the brain is the center of operations that controls and coordinates all movements, whether or not they are subject to instinctive conduct patterns. All movement is reflected in the brain and, by correspondence between structures, in the cultural structure, which is vitalized by thinking. There is thus a correlation between thinking and exterior movement. The material body of the puzzle is a microcosm situated within a macrocosm that it reflects in its structural organicity. Everything in it moves, is a phenomenonic process, as long as life lasts. And this continuous movement of the microcosm, both interior and exterior, is correlative, i.e., the continuous signification, which constitutes the horizon of thinking, is correlative with the exterior movement of the puzzle, with its conduct. And here comes the key question. Does this correlativity between the interior and the exterior, between the mental and the movements of the material body, allow the continuous signification, in which rational thinking consists, to manifest itself exteriorly in continuous bodily movements? In other words, is there signification in the movements of the material body with which the puzzle behaves in the world? The question thus posed, the answer can only be affirmative. Yes, there is signification in the external movement of the puzzle. But such an answer is unsatisfactory if it is not made clear which part of the exterior movement is the expression. First of all, it must be shown that here we are dealing with a relationship from the general to the particular, such as thinking to thought or signification to significance. That is, the continuous exterior movement is to the expression as continuous signification is to the significance. Or, the expression is a moment of the continuous exterior movement. The continuous signification, which manifests itself in the world through continuous external movements, cannot place meaning on particular entities because it is only a mental horizon, the interior correlate of the continuous existing in the world. Hence, if there is a meaning that the continuous movement places on the world, this refers exclusively to the universal entity. The meaning that the continuous movement places on the universal entity is denominated harmony. And harmony is also defined as a general relationship between the movements of the microcosm and the macrocosm. But, suddenly, a relief arises on the horizon of continuous signification. Thinking apprehends a rational thought. If the significance of this thought is thought as a concept and, at that moment, there is a correlative exterior movement, then that movement is an expression. The expression is a moment of the exterior movement during which the meaning of the entity is placed on the world. Before continuing, it is worthwhile to draw an important conclusion from what we have seen. First of all, it must be emphasized that the mere fact of existing and moving in the world makes the puzzle a giver of meaning. The being of the puzzle in the world is the fact of harmony. The macrocosm reflected in its totality by the microcosm makes of the latter a particular entity and, therefore, the depository of a design. And that design, which makes the puzzle what it is returned to the macrocosm by the harmonic signification of its being's continuous movement. Secondly, let us say that the knowledge of this fact is the fundament of the very ancient wisdom that affirms dance and martial arts as modes of bodily harmonic expression. Let us now deal with the expression, that moment of conduct, that particular bodily movement that places a meaning on the entity. Between the puzzle and the entity, we distinguish a double movement, from the entity to the puzzle and from the puzzle to the entity. The first reveals its design to reason, and reason interprets it as the schema that is signified in thought, a bodily movement, i.e., the transcendence of the entity to the sensorial sphere, produces a mental movement, i.e., that which is signified by thought. The second, on the contrary, the significance, thought as a concept, ends up in a bodily movement or expression. This second transit raises, from the outset, two questions. One is, what does the expression express? Not the concept, because this is a slice of the relationship, i.e., an aspect of the entity's schema noted in the significant context of a language. The concept never leaves the cultural structure, it can only be thought. The other question produces in us the noticing that there is a certain distance between the entity and the pasu. In effect, if the meaning-giving expression is a bodily movement directed toward an especially distanced entity, how is this distance bridged? How is the meaning effectively placed on the entity? By what rules does that which is signified in the thought bridge the distances and penetrate into the heart of the entity? There is only one answer to these two questions, the projection of the sign. To the question, what does the expression express? The answer is, the projected sign. And to the question, how does the expression place meaning on the entity? The answer is, by the projection of the sign. Of course, this unique answer must be properly clarified. Let us describe, first of all, the complete movement. The significance, contained in a concept, is projected toward the world, in the direction of an entity that is beyond the sensorial sphere. The exterior manifestation of the project is the expression of a sign. The sign, expressed by a bodily movement, is a signal placed on the entity of reference. This signal on the entity, which signals the sign, corresponds to what is signified by the demiurgic design of the entity. On the given design, the sign is now placed. The knowledge of the entity is the passage from the demiurgic design to the significance. That is why the projection of the significance, of a sign, on the entity, is the re-knowledge of the entity. Only by being re-known, by being signed, the entity acquires meaning. The demiurgic design is the being for man, the object of knowledge. Only the human sign on the entity, the re-knowledge, places meaning on it, makes it exist for man. The entity begins to exist for man when it is signaled with the sign and acquires a meaning. But we must warn that such a meaning can only endure if the sign that confers it is also used by other persons in order to recognize and affirm the entity. The sign, in effect, must be understood by the community, apprehended and taught, collectively perpetuated in the world. That is to say, the sign placed on the entity must be culturally expressed. This condition of the pasu's finality determines that the sign is expressed as the term of a language, as the representative of a concept. A community can, thus, agree on certain signs in order to communicate the knowledge of the entities and to sustain their meaning. Such a set of signs constitutes the expression of a language, not the language itself, for, as we have seen, all language has its origin in the cultural structure. A structural language is a living organism and can therefore grow and develop. Signs are only projects, representations, of concepts and systems of concepts. It should offer no doubt that being a giver of meaning to the entities is the main objective of the pasu's finality. Culture is a way of fulfilling such a finality, a systematic and rational mode. That is why languages, which are the fundamental basis of culture, do not fulfill an end in themselves but instrument and determine the meaning placed on the entities. But in fact, one could express a significance and place a meaning on an entity without using any language. Of course, in that case the entity would only have meaning for one person, the one who discovered it. It is in order to perpetuate collectively the particular meaning placed in the entities that the significance is noted in the context of a language and is projected as a conceptual sign, a sign that becomes a cultural slogan. But, this second condition of the finality, cultural perpetuation, must never make us forget that the main objective of the finality is expression. Without forge hashing, then, the instrumental nature that rational language is present as sets of conventional signs, which represent concepts and are articulated according to certain methods, laws, or operative rules, we will continue studying the expression of signs. Let us bear in mind, in the first place, 3 previous conclusions. 1. Every expression is a bodily movement. 2. Only that movement of which sign represents a concept is an expression. 3. Every sign is the project of a concept. According to these conclusions, signs can be expressed in very different ways. Let us look at a few examples. Phonetic expression: the signs constitute voices of a spoken language. Phonemes, or morphemes, which represent concepts and can be combined together in order to express more complex significances. The phonetic projection of a concept is, then, the word. However, within the phonetic expression it is necessary to include other acoustic signs not produced by the human throat but by any other means or instrument and of which tones express a conventional significance. That is why singing, but also music, form part of the multiple modes of phonetic expression. Pression: it is a mahasya of collectively agreeing on the use of certain entities of signification, that is, symbols, graphic or otherwise, the function of which is to contain the significance so that it may be recognized by everyone at all times, thus preventing the meaning from dissolving into the universal entity, as occurs with phonetic expression. Ideograms, lahasyas, mathematical or logical symbols, signals, etc., form part of such signs. Visual expression: the signs are visually projected on the entities. In combination with the symbolic expression, it allows the visual recognition of the conventional symbols and their introjection in the cultural structure, where it induces thoughts of corresponding significances. Suggestive expression: by means of appropriate bodily movements, conventional signs that suggest or insinuate a significance are expressed, etc. We have highlighted the most characteristic forms that the Pasu uses in order to express the signs. With this exposition we have practically answered the question, how is the significance of the entity expressed outside? However, it is useful to add some comments. First, it is verified that, for the Pasu, the verb, the word, the logos, the vox, i.e., the phonetic expression, is perhaps the most important form of expression, but not the only one. Second, the importance of visual expression for the projection of signs and their eventual reading or introjection is emphasized. Third, what is known is the entity, its design. What is known is a cultural object, an entity on which meaning has been placed by projecting on it a conceptual significance, an aspect of its truth represented by a sign that is a cultural slogan. Fourth, however profound a concept may be, it will always be a slice of the relationship. Its comprehension will be insufficient for encompassing all the notes of the entity's truth or schema. That is why cultural objects are, invariably, incomplete truths, because they are projects of concepts. Fish: this is the origin of the parameter of social or cultural progress, which is measured by the capacity that a culture demonstrates for comprehending the truth of the entities. Sixth, the finality of the Pasu is fulfilled in 2 movements: to discover the design and to place meaning on the entities. That is to say, to know and to express. The most important of the 2 movements is, evidently, the first one, since if an entity is not well known, if the schema, or truth, of the design is deficient, this will inevitably influence the expression of the significance, and the entity, as a cultural object, will be in many aspects unknown or obscure. But this first movement, as we have seen, depends on the sensitivity, on the archetypal memory or brain, etc., i.e., on the phylogenetic specialization of the Pasu, on its evolution. On the other hand, the second movement depends on the translative faculty, that is, on the intelligence put into defining the concept in the significant context of the language, and on the quantity of languages in which it is habituated in order to express the truth. Cultural progress depends, then, on evolution for knowing and on intelligence for expressing. Seventh, given a cultural object, as greater evolution and intelligence permit, the Pasu will progressively place a greater meaning on it, will bring it closer and closer to its truth. Progress is thus a direction that the finality of the Pasu adopts, to go from the imperfect to the perfect, from the unknown to the known, from the obscure to the clear. This direction toward which the Pasu's finality progresses is denominated love. Eighth, thus, to comply with the finality imposed by the demiurge on the terrestrial race of the Pasus, is the common good. In the march toward that good, society progresses culturally, going from the knowledge of the entities to the projection of more and more perfect cultural objects, i.e., it progresses by working with love. Ninth, the Pasu's love for the work of the demiurge is its way of being, its existential guideline. The design of the entity is what is given by the demiurgic suprafinality, the expression of the significance is what is set by the Pasu's finality, the meaning placed in the entity. But this placing is an act carried out with love, a re-knowledge of the entity that does not disdain its future perfection. That is why culture, from the beginning, i.e., from the first expression of a conventional sign, is a fact that aims at the good, something well done, an act of love. 10th, up to this point we have been concerned with studying how reason constructs the cultural structure, and its functioning. However, everything that is constructed in the macrocosm or microcosm can also be destroyed. The cultural structure, extremely fragile, does not escape, without a doubt, from this principle. It is not fi-ing, therefore, to end this section without saying a word about the possible destruction of the cultural structure. Let us observe, first of all, that the cultural structure can be destroyed, totally or partially, by three main causes: by accident, by its own will, or by induction. Of these causes, only the first, accident, is characteristic of Pasu. Voluntary destruction or by induction are cases of which occurrence is subsequent to spiritual enchainment. The Pasu, in effect, represents, in the macrocosm, a moment in the evolutive cycle of the monad. Its physical manifestation, as a potential microcosm, formally obeys the unfolding of a Manu archetype, which determines all structures in accordance with its finality. From this fact it must be inferred that the Pasu evolves in accordance with its destiny, without ever having the motive to provoke a voluntary destruction of its cultural structure. It is prone, on the other hand, to accidental destruction, which can occur, e.g., by the ingestion of toxic or narcotic elements. In summary, the Pasu is incapable of generating self-destructive or suicidal ideas because they are totally alien to the ends and purposes of the human finality, to the destiny that the demiurge planned for man and that is Rai-Hashen in the Manu archetype. As will be seen further ahead, not even the most intense crisis, the deepest abyss, could make the Pasu succumb, since the demiurge has foreseen a recovery system based on the metaphysical active participation of sacred symbols. When the crisis threatens to fracture its consciousness, to fissure the thread of its history, the action of certain symbols enables the psychic subject, the individual soul, to transfer the control of the microcosm to a collective entity, to a psychoid archetype, avoiding the collapse. On the contrary, the idea of suicide or microcosmic self-destruction, as a method to save the crisis or to avoid an untenable situation, is characteristic of the lost Virya. As variants of such suicidal motivation, and the usual cause of the cultural structure's destruction, it is worth mentioning the intoxication produced by the systematic ingestion of alcohol or drugs. This is a voluntary destruction, carried out with the nihilistic intention of fleeing from unbearable circumstances. But, contrary to what psychiatry or Freudian psychoanalysis affirms, suicidal tendencies and even stress are not symptoms of mental illness but of purity of blood. Only the one who possesses an active Hyperborean heritage is capable of intuiting or realizing the intrinsic evil of the Judaist society of our times. If the one who notices the evil in the world, who clearly feels cornered or directly unable to continue living, opts for a suicidal way of escape, it certainly represents an error, but such an error does not invalidate the first and positive fact of having found the Judaic world of the demiurge malignant and unbearable, and of having felt alien to it. Compared with the absolute value of this Gnostic intuition, the error commi-hashed by the lost Virya is minimal, the product of an insufficient purity of blood that prevents him from acting with honor, hence the chosen suicidal path. But, although insufficient, the purity of blood exists, and this represents a value in itself. As will be studied in the second part, the awakened Virya has a luciferic graceful will that enables him to react in a very different way to critical situations, suspending the dramatic tension and exposing the underlying demiurgic deception. He thus acts with honor, avoiding falling, like the lost Virya, into suicidal temptation. Finally, one must consider the destruction of the cultural structure caused by external inducement. In order to understand this case, it is necessary to take into account that every Virya, whether or not he is aware of it, is permanently involved in a total war, whatever the position that he occupies on the bihashal field. In that arena that is the world of the demiurge, he can never avoid the influence of the strategies in play. On the one hand, the strategy of the loyal siddhas will induce a charismatic message known as the Song of Amor with the object of impulsing the Virya to procure spiritual liberation. On the other hand, the synarchic strategy of the traitorous siddhas will apply all its pressure in order to induce the Virya to remain subject to the karmic laws of the Great Deception. It is this Lahashya influence that will destroy the cultural structure as soon as there are indications of the Virya's possible strategic reorientation. Classic methods, which illustrate the destruction via inducement of a synarchic origin, constitute the brainwashing techniques used by intelligence services such as the KGB, CIA, Shin Bet, etc., or the prompts, camouflaged in worldwide publicity campaigns, the secret objective of which aims at certain target zones of the cultural structure, or the massive and secret distribution of certain drugs that allow hypnotism at a distance and inhibit or destroy zones of the cultural structure, etc. And, among these and other terrible synarchic methods that we could mention, we should not underestimate the arduous destructive task that Freudian psychoanalysts carry out every day in the most advanced countries of the world, those who form an army of agents skillfully trained in order to brainwash and corrupt the honor of the lost Viryas. Now, whatever the cause, accidental, voluntary, or induced, the fact is that the cultural structure can be totally or partially damaged. Total destruction prevents the production of rational representations and conscious representations, a fact that converts the Virya into a perfect imbecile. The most common, however, is the partial destruction of the cultural structure. Two cases must be distinguished here, whether the destruction takes place in the actual structure or in the habitual structure. But what does such a destruction consist in? Answer: in the rupture of the bonds between nodes, i.e., of the relationships. The principles, of course, cannot be affected in any way. That is why in the first case of a partial destruction, what occurs is the semic disintegration of certain relationships of the actual structure. This means the disappearance, without a trace, of some schemata or their impotence to structurally act, even if the cultural subject scours the whole cultural structure in order to experience them. As examples of this case we can mention the concept of homeland, which all Marxists have destroyed because of the brainwashing that the party subjects them to, or the destruction of the concept of wife or spouse, which may have been produced in a betrayed husband's cultural structure. In these two examples, one of induced destruction and the other of voluntary destruction, the common thing is that the destruction begins with the concept but can extend throughout the whole schema or relationship. Precisely, the psychosocial control techniques of the Synarchy use this principle in order to cause the selective destruction of certain cultural schema to inconvenient to its ends. The target concept, i.e., the objective toward which the psychosocial strategy aims, can be destroyed. If it is achieved, then the following sequence occurs: the destruction of the concept produces the destruction of the entity's schema, the destruction of the entity's schema causes the negation of the entity. There are, of course, some intermediate variants, such as the case where the concept is seriously damaged but without causing the destruction of the relationship. Then, the schema can be noted in another oblique context, different from the plane of signification of the affected concept. This is the paradoxical case of those who have the concept of a schema in a non-habitual language, scientific for example, but lack the concept of the same schema in other habitual languages, including the common spoken one. This contradiction, for example, is observed in those who have been victims of the lost Virya's sacralizing type, i.e., of the dogmatism of priests or fanatics of any kind. They deny or do not know things in one language but accept or affirm them in another. They deny lying but lie. They deny the evolution of the soul but accept the evolution of animal species. They deny nationalism but impose national borders. They lack honor but affirm professional ethics, etc. Whatever the cause, the destruction of the actual structure is always systematic, this means that, like a strange cancer, the destruction initiated in a concept can spread to its schema and, by contiguity, association, homology, or any other structural law, encompass considerable parts of the cultural systems. A whole system of associated concepts could be disintegrated as an effect of induced brainwashing or voluntary intoxication. And what this destruction can do to the higher structure of the psyche, i.e., to the conscious sphere, is something that will only be understood also studying the following sections. It is only worth adding that, by virtue of the fact that the principles remain unalterable even though the relations that united them have disappeared, the cultural subject usually turns to the destroyed systems without being able to experience the corresponding concepts. One experiences, then, a cultural gap, a void of knowledge that was there before but that now seems to have been erased forever. But, as we have already explained, if the damage of the relationship is not total, it may occur that the schema connotes its significance in the context of another oblique language. The second case, previously mentioned, is that in which the partial destruction occurs in the habitual structure. Such a structure is made up of principles and relationships, and these consist of internal entities schemata. The systems of the habitual structure are denominated virtual because languages are constructed with them. The application and expansion of the habitual structure over the actual structure, on a characteristic plane of signification, is the cause of the concept systems linked to each other in a formal or logical way. What effect produces the destruction of some systems of the habitual structure? Answer: the impossibility of taking note of certain schemata in the context of the affected language. Allegorically, we can imagine that it is impossible for us to find meaning in a given geographical relief because of the mist or fog that surrounds it everywhere, without having a clear context, with which it is integrated but from which it stands out. The relief signifies nothing. Analogously, the destruction of the habitual structure's systems is equivalent to a contextual vagueness or obscurity that prevents one from conceptually taking note of the experienced schema. However, if the destruction only affects one habitual language, there is always the possibility of taking note of the schema in some other language. Brainwashing, burnout, shock, alcohol intoxication, drug addiction, etc., for example, can partially or totally inhibit a habitual language, such as mathematical or musical language, and leave the common spoken language intact, or vice versa. We said at the beginning that everything constructed in the macro or microcosm can also be destroyed, including the cultural structure. But, in some non-irreversible cases, what is destroyed can be reconstructed. Does this principle have validity in the case of the cultural structure? Answer: such a structure being an essentially energetic construction, there is always the possibility of its reconstruction as long as the destruction has not affected the nervous system or the brain. Let us recall that the cultural structure is erected over the neurological structure of the brain or archetypal memory, and that all its systems are constructed by the rational subject or reason that functions in it. In order to reconstruct any schema or system, it is an indispensable condition that the brain be in perfect condition. Notwithstanding the aforementioned possibility of being able to reconstruct the cultural structure, or of constructing it with meticulous perfection, the Hyperborean wisdom does not attach any importance to it, because its secret ways of spiritual liberation enable every virya to access knowledge in a Gnostic way. Part the way in which the lost virya must act in order to create such a higher sphere will be set forth. In summary, what Mahashas in order to deepen the Hyperborean wisdom and to know the mystery of the spiritual enchainment, Hyperborean gnosis preliminary step, is the purity of blood, the living presence of the Hyperborean lineage, the primordial memory, the mina, the voice of the blood, the symbol of the origin, i.e., a spiritual inheritance that has nothing to do with the cultural structure or the functions of the brain. J. What is a cultural fact? We will briefly respond to this question because in the second part the cultural fact will be the object of a detailed study. Let us consider a definition already given: culture is the form that determines a superstructure. But what class of structure is a superstructure? Answer: the members of every superstructure are cultural objects and men. According to this, superstructures can only be external, since they integrate man into their complexion. Now, We know that a culture is something that is formed in order to fulfill the finality of the Pasu and, as we saw from the fish commentary, something that progresses. It develops towards perfection. Progress is rational, it consists in increasing the comprehension of the entities, in perfecting cultural objects. From this rational vision of the world, from this placing meaning on the entities, emerge the cultural objects that form the cultural context of the Pasu. But cultural objects are not simply things deposited in the world, by being named, by receiving a meaning, they have been impulsed to occupy a rational place together with other cultural objects, i.e., to keep certain significant relationships with them. The area enclosed by a wall, the wall roofed for protection but with windows for keeping watch, the platform under the window that allows keeping watch, eating, and sleeping, the chair against the platform, the plate, the spoon, etc. What would the spoon be without the plate without the platform on which it rests, and the lahasha without the light from the window that allows seeing the plate, etc. There would be no cultural fact at all if the cultural objects were not rationally structured in correspondence with the cultural structure. Thus, on each entity that the Pasu places meaning, arises a cultural object and is integrated into an external superstructure, the overall form of which is called culture. And the external superstructures grow systematically as new cultural objects are incorporated, existing ones are perfected, or new relationships are established between them. But it should not be naively believed that the superstructures are mere projections of the Pasu's internal cultural structure. On the contrary, the superstructures possess a life of their own. They are capable, not only of integrating man into their complexion, but of determining his will. Although in another section we will return to the subject, we may now ask, what is the mind that, analogously to the cultural subject in the internal cultural structure, animates these external superstructures? Answer, a class of archetypes denominated psychoid or egregor. Naturally, the Pasu, as it constructs the superstructure, also feeds the psychoid archetype that sustains it and that develops together. Such a feeding is constituted by psychic energy contributed by the whole Pasu community and, due to the interpenetration of its members in the superstructure, the psychoid archetype comes to represent a sort of collective or group soul. In the primitive state in which the Pasu communities found themselves, at the time of the treason by the traitorous Siddhas, their members behaved subject to simple superstructures. But such cultures were progressing very lihashla or not at all, until the enchainment of the Hyperborean spirits took place. Finally, a cultural fact is a moment of a culture. A moment of culture in which, one or several men and the universe of cultural objects, are structured in a superstructure, the total meaning of which has a circumstantial nature. And, since the direction of cultural progress is love and this progress implies the permanent and continuous construction of a superstructure, it is understood that what binds and relates the members of the same culture is love, love for themselves, for their fellow men, for their cultural objects, customs, etc. And the objects of such love, whatever they may be, will always be susceptible to perfectionment because of the powerful tool that is the meaning-giving expression. Functioning of the Pasu sphere of consciousness. The Pasu is a microcosm situated within the macrocosm. The demiurge, the creator of the Pasu, placed a meaning on the microcosm, assigned it a finality, to discover his designs, to express signs, to produce culture. In order to comply with such a finality, the Pasu has at its disposal an ever-growing cultural structure, the functioning of which we have explained in the previous section. However, the Pasu failed, as a species, in its cultural mission. Here we will examine the main reason for this failure, in order to understand the necessity of enchaining the Hyperborean spirits. In order to quickly pose the problem, we will note that the cause of the cultural stagnation was rooted in the scarce individual development of the Pasu. If we analyze the objectives of the finality, we will verify that, in effect, the lahasha rests on the individual capacity of the Pasu as a discoverer of entities. There is no point in the existence of an external superstructure, in order to sustain the meaning placed on the entities, if it is not permanently fed with a new meaning, if new entities are not discovered and their truth is not expressed in the world. And this task is exclusively particular, it depends only on the individual capacity of each Pasu. That is why the fulfillment of the finality demands, in parallel, the individual evolution of the Pasu, the acquisition of an ever-increasing individual capacity for discovering entities. In order to avoid any kind of doubt, we have to distinguish two objectives in the finality, enchained together or structured, the macrocosmic objective and the microcosmic objective. The finality's macrocosmic objective is the already declared one, to discover the designs proposed by the suprafinality and to express by means of signs the discovered truth, placing meaning on the entities that constitute culture. This objective procures that the greatest possible good is produced in the macrocosm. For this, the Pasus lovingly construct superstructures of cultural objects or cultures that produce pleasure for the demiurge, the pleasure of the creator who verifies that his work is permanently discovered and valued or recognized and revalued. In the previous sections we have already sufficiently clarified the scopes and purposes of the finality's macrocosmic object. In the present section we will study the finality's microcosmic objective, the purpose of which aims at improving the Pasu's individual capacity as a discoverer of entities. A. The microcosmic objective of the finality. In order to fulfill the macrocosmic objective, to construct cultures in a constant evolution, a joint evolution of the microcosm is necessary, an increase in the individual capacity to discover entities. The thesis that we present here is that, concluded in phylogeny, the evolution of the Pasu was continuing in the development of a microcosmic historical subject, which is denominated the conscious subject or consciousness. Such a subject animates the conscious sphere, which, as will be seen, is also a structure. It is the evolution of this subject that failed and prevented the Pasu humanity from complying with its finality's microcosmic objective. It must be clear that consciousness is a historical subject and, in order to demonstrate this, we will resort to an analogy. We already saw how, by placing meaning on entities, the Pasu are constructing external superstructures. The form, determined by such superstructures, is denominated culture. In the course of time the superstructures grow or are modified and cause the variation of cultures. It is because of the superlative influence of time that history is considered to be the most important dimension of a culture. But when does the history of a culture begin? Answer: at the moment in which the members of such a culture realize that a past cultural fact has more meaning than any other fact that anyone else could remember. This answer deserves 4 commentaries. First, the past fact, which begins history, is that which has the most cultural meaning and, therefore, its memory is the most intense and not the oldest. There can be memories of previous facts, but history begins at that fact, the event of which is key for the future of culture, the birth of a legendary hero, his deeds, a Bahashla, the merger of 2 nations, the coming of a god or of his envoys, the writing of a code, etc. Second, a past cultural fact, the meaning of which is greater than others, is a historical fact. Third, although 2 or more historical facts are not causally related, they are historically related because they are linked by a subjective line through which the members of a culture trace back into the past. Fourth, history is, then, a temporal line of signification. Let us now draw a parallel between the superstructure and the cultural structure. In the first place, both are constructed, they grow as time goes by. But the history of a superstructure, or culture, begins when its members note that they already have a history, that there were past events that were more important than others and even that there was that fact, the importance of which cannot be surpassed by any other. Ties since he is born. No one teaches him how to do it because reason is an inherited faculty, thus, he constructs the cultural structure almost without noticing it, design by design, schema by schema, relationship by relationship, concept by concept. One day, however, he discovers an entity, situated among the entities of the world, the design of which shocks him, i.e., he nominates itself as an object of knowledge and discovers itself, and this discovery is that of the greatest possible significance. The cultural structure, of course, already existed before this event, but nothing can be equated to this event and nothing can be the same or it. The discovery of itself is the fact that signals the birth of the conscious sphere, analogously to that historical fact that was marking the origin of the history of a culture. Both are facts of the greatest signification, and their occurrence comes to produce a realization of one's own identity, in one case, individual, in the other, collective or cultural. The conscious sphere initiates, then, in a moment of the cultural structure's existence. It begins from the discovery of itself and temporally extends as the seat of the microcosm's historical subject. The creation of the conscious sphere is to be interpreted in an analogous way to the construction of the cultural structure by the rational subject or reason, a posteriori to the bond between principles and relationships. The cultural structure is animated by thinking, that is, by a cultural subject. In the same way, a posteriori to the conscious sphere, appears a conscious subject that animates it. Naturally, such subjects are only aspects of a single anemic subject or soul of the Pasu, as will be shown in the article E, the act of which we generically call thinking. We have seen that the finality's microcosmic objective procures to improve the Pasu's individual capacity as a discoverer of entities. This capacity is effectively increased from the moment at which the discoverer of entities discovers itself, knows itself to be individual different from other entities, i.e., acquires self-consciousness. We already know when consciousness begins, but what interests us most is knowing what modification introduces its presence into rational thinking, that is, what dimension or characteristic of thinking unequivocally demonstrates to us that we are dealing with a consciousness and not with any other psychic act. Answer: the temporal intention of the thought. We will clarify this answer by means of a structural explanation. In the previous section we studied how a cultural structure is constructed and with which elements, principles and relationships. Relationships are semic schema of entities characterized by three dimensions: extension, comprehension, and potency. The definition of this dimension, potency, had been lay pending for the present section. We will now see that the potency of a relationship keeps a proportion, a ratio, with the intensity that the intuition of self has impressioned on the sensitivity of the rational subject. Let us begin by reviewing the steps of rational knowledge. When a given entity impressions the sensitivity, reason refers and applies it against the archetypal memory. With the first operation it eliminates the universal archetype and discovers the demiurgic design or suprafinality. With the second operation it configures a schema of the entity on the basis of the archetypal memory's archetypes. The application of the design against the archetypal memory implies a direction of the Pasu's instinctive will, i.e., an intention. Such an intentional contact with the archetypes produces their actualization on the psyche's plane of realization, in a substratum of the affective and rational spheres. The archetypes are actualized in the psyche as principles each time that the first operation eliminates a universal archetype and only one time each, and also as relationships, in order to configure the schema of the entity, every time that the second operation requires it. This actualization of the archetypes manifests itself as permanent semic representations or elements of the cultural structure. The principles are simple symbols, the relationships are complex symbols. But the simple symbols of the principles, which are unique as principles, can be repeated countless times in the substructures of the relationships. The difference between them, we said in B of the previous section, lies in the potency. The principles are passive potencies and the relationships, active potencies. There is no way of voluntarily influencing the operative sequence of reason. As long as the knowledge is rational, the first operation will eliminate the universal archetype of the entity and will automatically actualize the inverted archetype in the cultural structure. The intentional intensity brought into play in order to produce the actualization of a principle is thus minimal, and it is because of such a lack that the potency of the principle is passive. But the relationships, on the contrary, are constructed with the actualizations of archetypes intentionally located by the second operation, being the potency active and proportional to the intentional intensity with which the discovery was made. Here we will deal especially with the active potencies that underlie the relationships. What does the intentional intensity depend on? with which the rational operation of schematizing an entity is carried out. Answer: on the reference to self with which the said entity takes account of consciousness. In such a hypothesis it turns out that not all entities are equal for itself, not all are known with the same intentional intensity. A stone is not the same as a fruit. The intentional intensity put into schematizing the stone is different from the one used with the fruit. In the Pasu, for itself, the fruit is more important than the stone. That is why the schemata or relationships of both entities are differently referenced to self. And these different references are manifested in the potency difference of the relationships. The potency dimension of each relationship is referenced to self in a particular way. But thinking of a relationship is rational thought. What determination does the potency's reference to self introduce into thought? Answer: a temporal intention. It is the same answer as before, which will become more comprehensible in the light of structural analysis. The thought of a relationship can acquire, by the reference to self of its potency dimension, a determined temporal intention, and this makes it conscious, as we previously explained. The schema of an entity, even if it remains integrated in the cultural structure, is potentially referenced to self, to the microcosm. The thought of a relationship causes the actualization of that potential direction that is the reference to self, being thus directed in turn, impulsed, by a temporal intentionality. Directed toward where? Answer: just as the potency references the relationship to self, the conscious thought, temporally intentioned, is directed to the conscious sphere. This answer should be understood as follows: the reference to self of reason does not point to a center of individuality because nothing like that exists in the Pasu, the psychic structure or plane of realization where the archetypes are actualized as the natural seat of self, and toward those misty spheres the reference to self of reason is oriented, being plasmated in the potency of the relationship according to the intensity with which the archetypes were actualized. The potential reference to self is that which unfolds in the thought of the relationship and renders it conscious, impulsing it beyond the psychic substratum where the cultural structure exists, toward the conscious sphere. But this actualization that the potential reference produces in thought is not of archetypes but of symbols. It is the symbols of the schema that unfold in thought and become conscious because they are referenced to self. A schema of which power is very great references the thought to the self with such a force that it shoots into the conscious sphere, as conscious thought or consciousness of a relationship. And those conscious thoughts, more actual than others, delineate the unifying thread of consciousness, analogously to how historical facts, cultural facts with more meanings than others, delineate the thread of a culture's history. Such a subjective line demonstrates that consciousness is the historical subject of the microcosm. According to what has been presented in this article, consciousness is a historical subject that registers a moment of appearance, from which all the relationships that are formed will be, to a greater or lesser extent, potentially referenced to self, i.e., to the microcosm, considered or intuited as an individual entity. The thoughts of relationships, or systems, are determined by such potential references and impulsed toward the conscious sphere, that is, toward the higher layers of the affective and rational spheres in order to emerge beyond them. The conscious sphere would thus become the higher stage of thinking. To create it is the finality's microcosmic objective. As we said, this conscious sphere was not sufficiently developed in the Pasu, and this is the reason for its cultural stagnation. What does the development of the conscious sphere depend on? On the faculty of thinking that stems from the active potencies of the relationships and directs thoughts towards it, taking it as a center of intentional temporal reference. This faculty will be studied in the following article. B. The translative faculty, a function of active potency. In Article G of the previous section we defined intelligence and the translative faculty of rational thinking. Let us recall said definitions. The translative faculty is the capacity to translate an entity's schema into a given language. Intelligence is the measure of the translative faculty. Intelligence is the capacity to translate an entity's schema into the greatest possible number of languages. We also saw that the application of this faculty to a relationship causes the schema to be noted in the significant context of a language. Thus what is signified by the truth of the entity is translated into a concept. the comprehension of which encompasses only a part of the scheme as semic elements, but, although in Article G the function exercised by the translative faculty was described, no explanation was provided on the essence of such a faculty in order to avoid deviations to other topics. It is this explanation that we are now going to study and that will enable us to understand the formation of the conscious sphere. Let us consider the process of rational thinking. A thought has illuminated a system and the relief of a significance is outlined on the horizon of continuous signification. But the translative faculty notes the outlined significance on a determinate plane of signification, the significant context, which grants signification to the significance, is leveled on said particular plane. We know that the translative faculty is the capacity to render intelligible the truth of the entity in a plurality of oblique planes of signification. However, line demonstrates that consciousness is the historical subject of the microcosm. According to what has been presented in this article, consciousness is a historical subject that registers a moment of appearance, from which all the relationships that are formed will be, to a greater or lesser extent, potentially referenced to self, i.e., to the microcosm, considered or intuited as an individual entity. The thoughts of relationships, or systems, are determined by such potential references and impulsed toward the conscious sphere, that is, toward the higher layers of the affective and rational spheres in order to emerge beyond them. The conscious sphere would thus become the higher stage of thinking. To create it is the finality's microcosmic objective. As we said, this conscious sphere was not sufficiently developed in the Pasu, and this is the reason for its cultural stagnation. What does the development of the conscious sphere depend on? On the faculty of thinking that stems from the active potencies of the relationships and directs thoughts towards it, taking it as a center of intentional temporal reference. This faculty will be studied in the following article. B. The translative faculty, a function of active potency. In Article G of the previous section we defined intelligence and the translative faculty of rational thinking. Let us recall said definitions. The translative faculty is the capacity to translate an entity's schema into a given language. Intelligence is the measure of the translative faculty. Intelligence is the capacity to translate an entity's schema into the greatest possible number of languages. We also saw that the application of this faculty to a relationship causes the schema to be noted in the significant context of a language. Thus what is signified by the truth of the entity is translated into a concept, the comprehension of which encompasses only a part of the schema's semic elements, but, although in Article G the function exercised by the translative faculty was described, no explanation was provided on the essence of such a faculty in order to avoid deviations to other topics. It is this explanation that we are now going to study and that will enable us to understand the formation of the conscious sphere. Let us consider the process of rational thinking. A thought has illuminated a system and the relief of a significance is outlined on the horizon of continuous signification. But the translative faculty notes the outlined significance on a determinate plane of signification, the significant context, which grants signification to the significance, is leveled on said particular plane. We know that the translative faculty is the capacity to render intelligible the truth of the entity in a plurality of oblique planes of signification. However, whatever the inclination of the plane of signification, the thought is always experienced with reference to a horizontal plane. This so occurs because the translative faculty is a function of the relationship's active potencies. In every relationship there is a potential reference to the conscious sphere, as the self's center of reference, which levels and renders horizontal the planes of signification in which the significance is noted. It does not matter, then, how oblique in the cultural structure is the plane of signification on which the translative faculty has noted the significance of a relationship. In thought, the significance, and its context, will always be horizontal, even when the intelligence is so high as to make it possible to note the significance in various oblique languages. And the horizontal leveling of planes of signification, which the translative faculty exercises on thought, is undoubtedly the main cause of mental equilibrium. Thus, the translative faculty, which enables one to note the significance of a relationship in a determinate significant context, is a function of the active potency of such a relationship, Said function consists in referencing the plane of signification to the conscious sphere and causing, in this way, the horizontality of the thought. Of course, the thought of a relationship, thought on a horizontal plane of signification, supposes a significance noted in the significant context of a language, i.e., it supposes that the significance is expressed in semic terms, and this is so whether the significance is projected as a sign by the external expression, or whether it is actualized in the conscious sphere as an idea. But every thought referenced to the conscious sphere has been noted by the active potency, by virtue of such a reference, of a temporal intentionality. It is this quality that allows us to qualify a thought as conscious, as we defined further back. In order to understand the formative process of the Pussu's conscious thought, especially to clearly distinguish the difference with the rational thought that we studied in the previous section, we must unite in a single idea four key concepts: potency, energy, intentionality, and temporality. Inducing this idea will be the objective of the next articles. See Schema of Self and Psychic Energy. We know that every entity that is the object of sensitive intuition will be rationally schematized in the cultural structure. The relationships, and the systems of relationships with principles that we studied so far, have allowed us to understand how the discovered design gives rise to the truth of the entity represented by the structural schema. Responds to the self. Let us see the problem more clearly. The historical subject of the microcosm, which we have called consciousness, begins to develop from the moment in which the discoverer of entities discovers itself as an entity among entities. The discovery of itself immediately reveals the difference between the microcosm, individual entity, and any entity of the macrocosm. This difference, microcosmic subject macrocosmic object, is evident and undeniable. That is why, from the discovery of itself, any new entity's schema will be referenced to self. The potency dimension of any relationship acts on the thought according to such a reference until leveling and making the oblique planes of signification horizontal. Now then, this center of reference to which all relationships susceptible of being conscious are referenced, because of their potency dimension, and that which we have previously identified with the conscious sphere, is not simply the self, the microcosm, but the known self, the known microcosm, i.e., the schema of self. The conscious sphere is in reality a schema of self, configured according to the degree of self-knowledge that the Pussu attains. This schema, as we will see, will acquire an eminent position in comparison with the other members of the cultural structure. We will highlight the most important aspects of the schema of self in the following commentaries. First, the conscious sphere, being a schema of self, is a complex symbol. However, this symbol is incomplete and in a permanent process of formation. How does the schema of self grow? How is it formed? Answer: the continuous reference to self, which determines the potency of the relationships in the thought, actualizes and adds new semic elements to the symbol that constitutes the schema of self. This means that the conscious sphere, due to its schematic nature, is, really, a symbol, and that said symbol is completed as an effect of a certain kind of thought's reference to or intention toward the self. The schema of self, which begins to form from the discovery of itself, i.e., when the historical subject initiates, accompanies in its becoming the development of this subject, the history of the microcosm, the subjective line of which constitutes the consciousness of the Pussu, is the schema of self or conscious sphere. Second, the history of the microcosm is thus a schema in permanent construction that we call the conscious sphere. And the conscious sphere is the center to which those relationships structured according to the self are potentially referenced. But every schema arises from the rational interpretation of a design. It is evident that in discovering the microcosm, of which the Pussu entity consists, for itself, its design must have been revealed to some degree. But it is no less evident that such a revelation can only be complete when the whole microcosm has been rationalized, i.e., when the schema of self contains the whole microcosm as truth. In the fifth and sixth commentaries of Article F we will see what the design of self consists of, and we will verify that its discovery, and the references that it motivates, implies a shock in the rational subject. The schema of self depends, on the evolution of the mind, on the present capacity, at all times, to rationally apprehend the design of self and to interpret it in a schema as complete as possible. In summary, the schema of self, the conscious sphere, the history of the microcosm, is a symbol in formation that never ends up being completed because the design of self, which it interprets, never ends up being known by the Pusu. Finally, let us confirm what was said in the section Archetypal Memory and Reason. The conscious sphere is a kind of memory. The mere fact that the conscious sphere consists of a history of the microcosm must give the idea that a temporal series of psychic events must necessarily be memorized in it. Just as the structure of the brain can be called archetypal memory, and the cultural structure conceptual memory, so the structure of the schema of self is called representative memory. Representative is for reasons that will be seen in the article F. Third, notwithstanding its apparent becoming, i.e., the permanent change that constitutes its progress toward the complete truth, the schema of self can also be thought like the other schemas of the cultural structure. We will explain. Every schema or relationship is experienced by thinking as thought, which is founded on a significance, proper to the schema, which is outlined in relief on the horizon of continuous signification. The schema of self is that which has the maximum dimensions, greater extension, greater comprehension, and greater potency, than any other schema or relationship. Thinking such a schema supposes the apprehension of a significance of superior hierarchy, since the conscious sphere is a center of reference for all the planes of signification. That is to say, the cultural subject has the possibility of containing in a thought the schema of self, but such a possibility is precisely that which signals the beginning of the conscious subject. The cultural subject, in reflecting on itself, animates the schema of self and rises as a conscious subject. On the contrary, for the conscious subject, all the schemas of the cultural structure are intelligible, i.e., they have significance in some language. But, if every schema of the cultural structure is intelligible to the conscious sphere, then, as a schema of self, in what language does its significance become intelligible? Gauge, i.e., it manifests itself to the understanding as a form of time. To intuit the significance of the conscious sphere is equivalent to intuiting the subjective line of the immanent historical subject, to grasping the unity of consciousness as a history. Fourth, naturally, apart from its own, the conscious sphere can be noted in any other language, and the corresponding concept, expressed in the world by means of appropriate signs. One of such concepts, which the lost Viryas have projected in the last millennia, is of interest to us now. This concept is that of energy, which it is claimed to derive from other entities because it is not known which is the true schema that it comes from. But, no matter to which entity science applies it, the concept of energy expresses the significance of the conscious sphere. Of course, a concept that must take note of the schema of maximum extension and comprehension also has to possess such extreme dimensions, as well as a maximum connotation. The projection of the energy concept in physico-mathematical signs, for example, in spite of the complexity that it evidences, barely manages to insinuate the significance of the schema of self that it comes from. That is why, in affirming that the psychic spheres are of energy, we said further back that we do not apply the concept of energy to the psyche but that, since the psyche is of energy, there is a concept of energy. Fish, if the concept of energy expresses the significance of the conscious sphere, we can inquire on the basis of what properties the Lahashiya's psychic energy is defined. First of all, let us note that the schema of self becomes, varies, changes, moves. Movement is thus the first property of psychic energy. Secondly, it should be noted that the conscious sphere is the center of reference toward which the active potencies of the historical relationships point. Direction is, then, the second evident property of psychic energy. But for something energetic, a symbol for example, directed toward a center of reference, to be able to reach it, the energy must be sufficiently intense. Intensity is thus the third important property of psychic energy. For now, without completely discarding other properties, we can affirm that psychic energy is characterized by movement, direction, and intensity. Naturally, with these three determinations, psychic energy is analogous to a vector magnitude of physics. The energetic expression of the Pusu's thoughts I've changed that the schema of self manifests. But the change, the movement, occurs in the psychic energy, and its cause is in the active potency, in its references to the schema of self. In physics, a causal relationship between potency and energy has also been defined, which it will be useful to take into account because of its analogical value. One form of energy, mechanical work, is related to potency according to the time in which said work is performed. Potency time equals work Wt equals A. We have here, although with differences of significance, three concepts that intervene in the psychic structure: power, time, and energy. We will come back to this formula. On the other hand, mechanical work is defined as the product of a force times the distance that it has moved to its fulcrum. Work equals force distance equals Ft. Substituting in the value given for work by Wt equals Ft, or other, Fdw equals Td, but as equals V, i.e., the quotient of distance and time is velocity. Tw equals Fv. Potency is, according to, a function of force and velocity. An analogy with this relationship is usually used by those who give preeminence to ideas over the structural configurations of the psyche. Thus arise the concepts of idea force or velocity of ideas. On the contrary, in establishing analogical correspondences between the psyche of the Pasu and the structural model, we will stick to the dimensions of formula, i.e. potency, time, and energy. Let us define, then, a function of which domain is the production of thoughts in the Pasu's cultural structure and that we call the energetic expression of the Pasu's thought. Potency transcendent time equals psychic energy Wtt equals P. We must insist that this formula has only the inductive finality of facilitating the explanation. If we suspend for a moment the scientific prejudices and stick to the previous conclusion that says, the concept of energy signifies the conscious sphere, function will not be so strange to us. Before utilizing the energetic expression, in order to explain the production of conscious thoughts, we must be clear about its implications. This is what we will highlight in three commentaries. First, the energy of rational thought depends, according to, on the active potency and the transcendent time. This time is that which measures the duration of the thought on the relationship and will be defined further ahead. Second, the greater the active potency in the relationship, the greater the energy in the thought. Third, the longer the duration of the potential activity, the greater the energy in the thought. From these commentaries on function it follows, as one would expect from an analogical expression, that the active potency and the transcendent time are the cause of psychic energy. Let us define both concepts. A relationship is defined on the basis of three dimensions: extension, comprehension, and potency. But a relationship is really the semic schema of an entity, i.e. a complex symbol, a substructure of semic elements. Potency is what allows symbols to subsist as such and to remain structured. But it should not be believed with this that potency is a mere content of symbols. It is the principle that makes possible the manifestation of symbols in thought. When the Pasu already possesses a historical subject and, consequently, a schema of self, the manifestation of symbols takes place with reference to the conscious sphere, i.e., intentioned, directed toward it. The plane of signification, and with it the context of the significance, become, then, horizontal for the thought. Let us recall that the Pasu, at the evolutive stage that we are considering it, already possesses, albeit incipient, a historical subject and a schema of self. We can affirm, then, that potency is the fundamental substratum of every psychic symbol of the cultural structure. By it the symbols subsist and manifest themselves in thinking. But the principles, which are simple symbols, only subsist, they never manifest themselves to thought. That is why it is said that their potency is passive. Relationships, on the contrary, subsist and manifest themselves, their potency is active. Conscious thought, which makes the schema of self grow, depends on the manifestations of the relationship's symbols that it thinks, i.e., it depends on the active potency. We will refer to it from now on, even if we simply say, potency. Innate energy, such activity is also a product of the potency. In a forthcoming article we will study the manifestation of symbols in thought. Now we will deal with their subsistence, in order to set forth the pending definition of transcendent time. In the section schema of the One's universe, the triple composition of the demiurge was mentioned: power, beauty, and wisdom, and it was explained that the breath, or transcendent flow of his time consciousness, exerts its power. We thus find, in the essence of the macrocosm, potency and time united as causes of the entity's existence, analogously to the energetic expression of thought. Although the flow of the breath is the immanent time of the macrocosm, here we will call it transcendent, taking into account its intimate penetration in the cultural structure of the microcosm or pusu. In transcendent time, or the time of the macrocosm, the entelecheial times of the universal archetypes develop. The known entities are moments of such processes, stoppages made by reason in order to discover the demiurgic design, the being for man. Entities change constantly, by effect of their evolutions, but they remain entities in their becoming, i.e., they subsist as entities in transcendent time. So that the countless evolutive processes, which develop in the macrocosm, converge toward finality, i.e., do not diverge from the macro-entelechei pralaya. The entities are structured in a cosmic organism, the functions of which teleologically aim toward finality. Therefore, this remaining in change, which characterizes the process of the entities, does not take place in isolation within the entities but, on the contrary, all entities are bound to each other. What is the binding, the relationship, between entities that ceaselessly change? Answer: in the ratio between movements, which determines the simultaneous permanence of entities in transcendent time. Some aspects of this ratio are those that empirical science usually discovers, and imperfectly translate into mathematical language, as laws or qualitative relationships between characteristic magnitudes of phenomena. The fundamental assumption for a teleological ratio to link all entities by remaining in change is that there is some kind of synchronization between all their processes. In other words, the movements, in which the becoming of entities consists, may be of many classes, uniform or variable, continuous or discrete, linear or sequential, oscillatory, rhythmic, cyclic, etc., but, whatever the class of movement that characterizes the process of the entities, the teleological reason that links them determines that in each absolute moment of transcendent time there is coincidence of relative moments of the entity's movements, that is to say, there is a kind of synchronization of movements that is verified in each moment of transcendent time by the simultaneous permanence of the entities. Now, the material body of the pusu is an entity among entities and, as such, remains in transcendent time. In consequence, the movements that make up its entelecheial process must be synchronized with the other movements of the macrocosm. Naturally, some movements in the organic functions such as the cardiac and respiratory rhythms, the septenary cycles of growth, the extension of the sensorial spectrum, the brain waves, etc., present a more visible ratio in comparison to the proportional movements of the solar system, but, strictly speaking, all organic movements, from the atomic to the psychic, occur in coincidence with other movements of the macrocosm. The atomic, biological, and psychophysiological clocks of the pusu are synchronized with the cosmic clocks that regulate the movements of the entities according to universal patterns of ratio. When referring to the material body of the pusu, in the section Archetypal Memory and Reason, we affirmed that it constitutes a minor mundas, a microcosm that reflects the major mundas or macrocosm. We will now see how this affirmation should be understood. In the first place, it is necessary to note that microcosm designates the finality of the pusu, that is to say, an entelechei that must be reached, and not a present reality. Secondly, let us observe that a current microcosm, an absolute reflection of the macrocosm or actual entelechei, must out of necessity be an autonomous entity, as the demiurge is in his own way. But we have just seen that the body of the pusu is synchronized in all its movements with master clocks of the macrocosm and, consequently, linked to the other entities, structured to them. The body of the pusu is not, in fact, an autonomous entity. Here is the apparent paradox: a microcosm must be an autonomous entity. The body of the pusu, which we call microcosm, is not an autonomous entity. What, then, is the pusu? What is its body? Answer: the body of the pusu is a potential microcosm. It will be an actual microcosm when it becomes an autonomous entity, i.e., when it becomes independent of its synchronization with the processes of the macrocosm's remaining entities. It is evident that, as the pusu progresses toward entelchi, it has to transform itself more and more into an autonomous entity, since such a condition is imposed by the finality, but by virtue of what internal processes microcosmic autonomy has attained. As subject, it completely rationalizes the microcosm. Consciousness, analogously to the power aspect of the demiurge, has to be able to apply, interpenetrate, diffuse itself, etc., in the microcosm and synchronize its internal movements with its own master clocks, that is, it has to be able to desynchronize it from the macrocosm by avoiding participating in transcendent time. It has to subtract the microcosm from its permanence in the microcosm. As will be seen in the next article, for this to occur the conscious sphere has to present the dimension of a time proper to the microcosm, i.e., of an immanent time. In the previous section, Article H, we explained that the continuous bodily movement of the pusu, when it does not obey the concrete expression of a concept, places a general meaning on the world, which is called harmony. The mere fact of being in the world makes the pusu a giver of harmonic meaning, and that is why harmony is defined as a relationship between the movements of the microcosm and the macrocosm. It is useful to connect the concept of harmony with that of microcosmic autonomy, which we have just defined, in order to improve the overall comprehension of the Hyperborean wisdom. Harmony, in fact, depends on the microcosmic autonomy. The greater the autonomy, the greater the harmony, that is, the greater the general meaning placed by continuous bodily movement. In consequence, the production of harmony is opposed to the synchronization of movements between the micro and the macrocosm. In other words, the greater the synchronization, the lesser the harmony. At the unfavorable extreme, a total and absolute synchronization of movements implies the non-existence of the microcosmic entity. The body of the pusu would be, in this case, a pure animal entity. It is clear, then, that the pusu is a potential microcosm, the internal movements of which are synchronized to some degree with the external movements of the macrocosm. But, although the potential microcosm constantly unfolds and tends toward its entelchi, there is something in it that remains invariable, its organic presence, which reproduces the structure of the macrocosm. The organic, the structural, of the microcosm remains in transcendent time unless it becomes independent by reaching ontic autonomy. That is why, now it is clearly seen, we were affirming further back that the systems of the cultural structure are manifested in thought and subsist in transcendent time. Summarizing, in the pusu, a potential microcosm, the subsistence of systems, principles and relationships, occurs in transcendent time, of which the microcosm participates. And, what subsists in the systems, is the essential substratum of the symbols, that is to say, the potency. With these synthetic statements we complete the definitions of the two causal terms that appear in the energetic expression of thought, potency and transcendent time. In the following article we will make clear the concept of the microcosm's individual subject, which holds the soul of the pusu, in order to resume the study of the energetic expression of thought. The finality's microcosmic objective requires metempsychosis. According to what we have seen in the article D, we can affirm that the body of the pusu is a potential microcosm that tends to actualize itself fully in the human entelchi. While it progresses toward this perfection, the microcosm participates in the transcendent time of the macrocosm, in which all its internal movements are synchronized. That is why the objective of evolution, ontic autonomy, demands the substitution of transcendent time for a time proper to the microcosm, an immanent time in the flow of which the inner processes are ordered and realized. This objective, naturally, is none other than the microcosmic objective of the finality, which proposes to develop a historical subject or consciousness, the principal note of which is, precisely, immanent temporality. In Article F we will study in detail the relationship between transcendent time and immanent time. Here we are interested in making it clear that the microcosmic objective can only be reached with the help of metempsychosis. The demiurge, in effect, cannot permit the evolutive progress from being interrupted by the organic dissolution of the microcosm, that is, by the death of the pusu. Actually, The life cycle of the microcosm depends only on transcendent time. As long as there is participation, there will fatally be a formal dissolution, as occurs with every organic entity. But if the microcosm actualizes its potentiality and individualizes itself, i.e., becomes temporally independent of the macrocosm, then it will be able to escape dissolution, death, because the internal processes will be stopped for transcendent time. The microcosmic objective thus ensures that at some moment of evolution the immortality of the material body will be reached. Now then, while that moment arrives, can the individual progress aimed in the construction of the schema of self be lost with the death and dissolution of the microcosm? Answer: every schema of self remains imprinted on the soul during the life of the microcosm, in such a way that upon disincarnating, or organic disintegration, it preserves it permanently. That is to say, the schema of self, which is part of the Pasu's soul, survives the dissolution of the microcosm for the bare fulfillment of the microcosmic objective. We are thus faced with an evident paradox. However, such a paradox loses consistency if we look at things from the point of view of the demiurge, who is the one who has determined the way in which the finality must be fulfilled. With this perspective, we must begin by admitting that what is of interest, in the first place, is the macrocosmic objective, the production of culture. This objective is socio-cultural and aims at preserving the meaning placed on the entities by the particular members of the cultural community. A culture is the communal support of cultural objects, i.e. of the entities signed by human expression. A culture, demiurgically understood, is therefore a macro-expression of the collective evolution reached by the community. Cultural objects are projects that demonstrate the degree of evolution reached because they are a measure of the projectist's intelligence. Let us remember that the pleasure of the demiurge is in the post-discovery of his work, a task that has been reserved for man. Cultural objects are, precisely, the affirmation of the design discovered in the entities, that is to say, a supreme good. For the demiurge, then, the good lies in the fulfillment of the conditions of a community's cultural development, i.e., in this development not ever stopping, in growing and transforming the undifferentiated reality of universal entities into a superstructure of cultural objects. The conditions of a community's cultural development depend, naturally, on the particular evolution of its members, who are the ones who place meaning on the entities. It is because of these conditions that the finality of the Pasu, apart from the general macrocosmic objective, supposes a particular microcosmic objective, the evolution of an individual subject that procures the autonomy of the microcosm and, having attained this, grants maximum meaning to the work of the demiurge. The individual subject, which at the beginning of its evolution is rational and at the end conscious, is the manifestation of the soul in the structures of the microcosm. And the soul, through metempsychosis, transmigrates for millions of years in order to manifest itself, each time, in a more perfect microcosm, closer to the microcosmic goal of the finality. Hence arises the need to clarify, however briefly, the relationship between the individual subject and the soul, since the analogical study of the energetic expression of thought will require of us a rigorous definition of the conscious subject that animates the schema of self. First of all, let us specify what is to be understood by soul. The Pasu, like every organic entity that evolves, is the manifestation of a universal archetype and of a monad. The monad is the support of the individual organism that evolves in conformity with the universal archetype. But the monad never descends to the material plane but remains on the archetypal plane from where it is projected by the will aspect of the demiurge to the material plane. During the life of the Pasu, the monad sustains the material body and evolves with it, or, in other words, the manifestation of the monad on the material plane is the microcosm. At the death of the Pasu's animal body, the microcosm dissolves and, or organic disintegration, the monad ceases to manifest itself materially. However, the monad is not completely disconnected from the material plane because an energetic term, coming from the microcosm, still subsists disincarnated. It is the soul of the Pasu. The soul is, thus, that which remains always manifested of the monad, that which evolves in the microcosm and partially involves during disincarnation, that which survives the dissolution by preserving the evolution experienced, in order to return again in the vital genesis of another microcosm. But in this metempsychosis the soul does not reincarnate in new bodies like an actor who tries on different clothes, and looks through the eyes of different masks, according to the common belief of naive palingenesis. If it did so, there should be anemic continuity of the acts experienced throughout the microcosms, i.e., it should be natural to remember past lives. On the contrary, in each living microcosm, the thinking subject never naturally recalls any memory of a previous life. This does not occur because the procedure arranged by the demiurge for the transmigration of souls imposes on them, during the period of disincarnation, an involution of the subject into itself that produces the aforementioned amnesia. We will explain step by step the procedure of metempsychosis, but without going into too much detail. The soul, as a subtle manifestation of the monad, sustains the microcosm by diffusing itself throughout its structure, acting as a body double. However, only in the psychic structure, due to its energetic nature, is there a fluid contact between the organic life and the soul. The three subjects that we have mentioned in Article E in the previous section, the rational subject, the cultural subject, and the conscious or historical subject, are nothing more than individual manifestations of the Pussu's soul in the various structures of the microcosm. Of these structures only the schema of self or conscious sphere has the possibility of permanently impressioning the soul. The structure of the brain and the cultural structure are too coarse to affect it in any way. The alteration that the schema of self causes in the soul, on the other hand, modifies it in such a way that its effect persists even when the microcosm has completely disintegrated. But the schema of self represents all the consciousness that a microcosm is capable of shining, that is, it is an evolutive degree. The schema of self being a history of the microcosm that has remained incorporated in the soul, it is evident that the anemic subject must remember what it has experienced in spite of being disincarnated. Why then, in a subsequent incarnation, does the soul appear devoid of memories? Answer: 1 degree, because the evolution of the microcosm obeys an irreversible hierarchical sequence that forces the soul to manifest itself initially as a rational subject of the brain or reason. 2 degrees, however, prior to the incarnation, an involution of the subject into itself takes place, which causes the partial forgetting of the innate memories. 1. In order to understand this answer, one must first of all consider that the soul can only manifest itself in an adequate structure or vehicle. This condition comes from the soul being the energetic expression of the monad, which is the fundament of every particular archetypal process. In this sense, the monad is the individual subject in every entity that evolves according to the formative impulse of the universal archetypes. In the particular case of the microcosm, the soul is always the anemic subject of a structure, and the opposite statement is also valid: without a structure there is no possible anemic manifestation. Bearing in mind such a condition, and all that has been seen so far about the formation of the cultural structure and the schema of self, we can easily understand the preceding answer. If we reflect on what we have studied up to this point, we will see that there is indeed a tacit hierarchical sequence in the formation of the microcosm's structures. In the genesis there is only the brain, i.e., the archetypal memory. The soul can do nothing but animate such a structure and operate with its functions. As a rational subject or reason, the soul discovers the design in the entities and constructs the cultural structure, which it will then animate as a cultural subject, and from the cultural structure will be emerging toward the upper layers of the psyche the symbols that form the schema of self, which the soul will animate as a conscious or historical subject. Here is the complete sequence. The soul animates the archetypal memory or brain as a rational subject or reason and constructs the cultural structure that it animates, a posteriori, as a cultural subject, from where it constructs the schema of self that it animates, finally, as a conscious or historical subject. There is no natural way to alter this sequence. The incarnated soul must always begin by animating an infant brain, because it is a rational subject. From that inevitable beginning is the possibility of a structural development that underlies in the potency of the potential microcosm. If the genetic limitations of the particular microcosm allow it, perhaps a high degree of consciousness can be reached. But what cannot be done is to alter the hierarchical sequence that orders the appearance of the anemic subjects. It is now clear what the hierarchical sequence of structural formation consists of, but it is not equally clear why the soul, in a subsequent incarnation, appears devoid of memories. But the answer is simple: it lies in the hierarchical nature of the sequence, in the determinations that each structure imposes on the manifestation of its own subjects. When the soul animates, for example, the archetypal memory, it can only discover the design in the entities given to sensitive intuition. Any innate memory is in no way different from the intuition of an entity, but, as such memories lack design, they are automatically eliminated by the operations of reason, and at most the subject perceives a vague reminiscence or indefinite sensation of familiarity. The rational subject thus acquires a novel characteristic that does not abandon the soul in its subsequent subjective manifestations. This will be understood if we remember that the three subjects mentioned are in truth three simultaneous aspects of the soul. It is the same soul that, in manifesting itself in each structure, momentarily animates it as its own subject. That is to say, the moment of the soul is the anemic subject, and this single subject can simultaneously animate, in a structurally complete microcosm, three anemic structures. In order to explain it by means of an allegory, we can suppose that the soul is analogous to a lantern of achromatic light, i.e., of white color. If we place in front of the lantern a sheet with a small central opening, we will have the equivalent of a rational subject. The beam of achromatic light that the opening gives off is the analogical subject. Let us now intercept the beam with a filter that subtracts a color, blue for example. For a white light of 500 lm, according to the laws of optics, the blue filter will only let through 69% and eliminate 31%. Well, this beam transmitted by the blue filter, considerably reduced, is analogous to the cultural subject. Let us keep the blue filter and intercept the beam transmitted again, now with a yellow filter. Of the 69% of light that penetrates the filter, it will subtract a part and transmit 58%, i.e., 42% of the original light. The resulting beam, of green hue, is analogous to the conscious subject. Let us consider the complete allegorical experiment. The lantern is the soul that pours out in all directions in the form of white light. By placing a sheet that lets only one beam pass through, we perform an operation analogous to the incarnation of the soul. The beam is the same soul lantern now converted into a rational subject. The hierarchical sequence begins here. The blue filter is analogous to the archetypal memory or brain. Only a filtered part of the subject beam will reach the cultural structure in order to animate it. This cultural subject must animate the cultural structure, represented by the yellow filter, and transcend it in order to become a conscious subject. The beam, reduced by more than half of the original light, that passes through the yellow filter is analogous to the conscious subject. This allegory clearly shows us that the soul and the subject are one and the same thing, and that, in the microcosm, there is only one subject that manifests itself simultaneously in three different places or structures. If an innate memory were to break into the rational subject by chance, it would be eliminated in the same way that the red filter subtracts such a color from the beam of light. 2. We say by chance because, as stated in 2 degrees, prior to incarnation, the soul has been induced to forget the innate memories, i.e., not to remember, during the whole incarnation, the old schema to off-self, the histories lived in other microcosms. But, precisely in Article A, was it said that the microcosmic objective of the finality is the construction of a schema of self that, ultimately, consists of the microcosm itself, rationalized by the conscious subject. We also saw that the schema of self, no matter how imperfect, constantly impressions the soul and constitutes its evolution. On the basis of such an evolution, aimed by the assimilation of the various schema to of self of different lives, each new animated microcosm is perfected and the microcosmic objective of the finality is fulfilled. This being so, how is answer 2 degrees, which affirms a previous forge hashing of innate memories, to be understood? We will explain it immediately. In order to continue with the proposed example, of a soul that disincarnates deeply impressioned by a schema of self that it animates as a conscious subject, let us say that the followed procedure consists in performing the involution of the subject prior to a new incarnation. The subject involves when it temporarily deconcentrates, i.e. when its present moment expands into itself and encompasses its whole history in a single glance, facts that are confirmed by the well-known stories of those who have resurrected, or surpassing through clinical death, and have seen everything lived, in a single instant. The involution of the subject, in the meaning presented, is necessary so that the soul can offer a new subject to the microcosm in which it is going to incarnate. The soul, also the involution of the previous subject, appears in front of the microcosm with another aspect, a non-subjective aspect that requires the whole hierarchical sequence in order to develop and repeat the evolutive cycle of life and death. But, to all this, what has become of the previous schema of self, that which the subject involved into until encompassing all history in a single glance? Was not, perchance, its cooperation necessary in order to fulfill the microcosmic objective of the finality, for ensuring the individual progress of the Pasu? In reality, in each new incarnation, none of the previous schema to off-self are dispensed with, since they are irreversibly assimilated in the soul. What occurs is that, not being animated by any subject, the previous schema to of self are situated at different places in the microcosm from the one that the rational subject occupies. In other words, the rational subject, the first manifestation of the soul, operates from the archetypal memory or brain, but the soul, apart from the subject, is diffused as a body double throughout the microcosm. Therefore, the previous schema to of self, which remain alien to the subject, will correspond to other parts of the nervous system outside of the brain, i.e., the previous schema to of self are located in different parts of the Pasu's body, with the exception of the structures studied up to this point. These centers or chakras, which contain previous schema to of self, are spread out by the thousands in the human body. There are the innate memories, the memory of previous lives, contributing from the complexion of the soul to perfect the living microcosm. In the allegory of the lantern we can establish an analogical correspondence with the previous schema to of self by making small perforations in the sheet with the opening. The perforations surround, for example, the opening through which the beam of light flows, analogous to the rational subject. If the beams of light that shine through the perforations are analogous to the chakras, it is evident that such centers of innate memory are non-rational, that is, their content is irrational. Therefore, when yoga practices are performed in ignorance, when the sadhaka locates the subject on a chakra by abnormally inverting the direction of the hierarchical sequence, there is a grave danger that the subject accidentally animates a previous schema of self and that this takes control of the microcosm. Then, from that lower center, the microcosm is irrationalized and madness ensues. Before concluding, it is worth emphasizing an important consequence of the principle stated in answer 1 degree and also in E of the previous section. Without a structure there is no possible anemic manifestation. Every subject requires a structure in which to manifest itself. The subject cannot exist without a vehicle for its manifestation. Up to now we have assumed that the vehicle of the soul is the microcosm and the structures, where the subject manifests itself, those studied here, brain, cultural structure, conscious sphere, etc. But the fact that this assumption is true in no way excludes other possibilities for complying with the finality. In other words, the Pasu was tasked, by the demiurge, with a finality, to be a giver of meaning to the entities of the world. Well then, if the Pasu, or any other similar race of the universe, develops a culture capable of producing technically adequate structures for the manifestation of the subject, these will be animated to the extent of their possibilities of expression. Tie of constructing androids with soul. Yes, with a true transmigrating and evolutive soul. For this, it is only necessary for the android to possess a simile of the archetypal memory, i.e., a memory programmed with a collection of entities, signs, or self-programmable with information of entities of the world perceived by means of sensors. and that an electronic processor carries out the logical operations of comparison or interpretation, when the android adjusts its behavior according to the perceived information, i.e. when it expresses a conduct, it will undoubtedly be animated by an egregor or, if the android is sufficiently perfect, by an individual soul. What can never be possessed by an android, nor by any artificial structure, is the spirit. In effect, for the spirit to manifest itself, blood memory is indispensable, the memory of the origin, that is to say, something that can never be implanted anywhere else than in a living microcosm. Analogical study of the energetic expression of Pusu thought. Here we are going to present and explain several important concepts using, as we have done so far, analogy and induction. Among such concepts are, in the first place, the energetic expression of the Pusu's thought, of which it will be useful to specify its scope in order to avoid the mistake of confusing it with a physico-mathematical function, i.e., with a relationship between variable magnitudes of a physical phenomenon that can be empirically measured with appropriate instruments. The active potency and psychic energy magnitudes are certainly variable, but the phenomenon that they characterize is psychic, not physical. However, although the phenomenon that it represents is subjective, the mathematical structure of the expression is perfectly adequate in order to describe its evident properties. First, the active potency, transcendent time, psychic energy are variable magnitudes. Second, the active potency and transcendent time are the cause of psychic energy. Third, psychic energy varies in direct proportion to the variation of the active potency and transcendent time. This third property is sufficient in order to justify the mathematical formulation because it reveals that between the magnitudes exists a functional relationship. But the formula comes from a combined language in which potency and transcendent time are non-numerable concepts that express variation and between which is defined a law of composition or function symbolized by. Such a law affirms that the positive variation of any of both magnitudes determines the proportional, or rational, variation of a third magnitude, psychic energy. Thus, even if the formula that describes a psychic phenomenon resembles that which responds to a physical figure 17 phenomenon, the meaning to be given to is the one just stated, a rational relationship between non-numerable concepts that express variation. Secondly, we will define an analogical quadrant that will enable us to represent simple systems in analogical correspondence with the energetic expression of thought. The quadrant is certainly Cartesian and orthogonal, but without coordinate numeration because, as in the case of the expression, what we are attempting to represent are non-numerable concepts. That is to say, a biunivocal correspondence between the points of the plane and the set of complex numbers has not been defined in the analogical quadrant. If this were done, the quadrant would be inadequate for representing psychic magnitudes. On the contrary, a conceptual correspondence between the quadrant and the cultural structure has been rigorously defined in such a way that what is represented in one conceptually reflects what is phenomenonic in the other. After this clarification, we can now describe the quadrant in question. First of all, it must be stated that this is the same system used in Figure 16 in order to show the concept as a slice of a relationship. There we see that the quadrant is analogous to the plane of signification on which the significance of a schema has been noted. The significant context, of the empowered language, determines that the noted significance is only a slice of the schema parallel to the plane of signification. In Figure 17 we can observe that the analogical quadrant does not differ from the one used in Figure 16. However, in Figure 17, we have established correspondences between the axes that we had not pointed out in Figure 16. To the axis corresponds the concept of transcendent time and to the axis corresponds the concept of significance. These correspondences respond to the need for the significant context or mental horizon around the significance to be a geometric place in which the relief of the significance can be represented by an equivalent symbol. The transcendent time, within which, as we have seen, the microcosm remains synchronized, increases from O in the ox direction. Significance, or relief on the horizon of continuous signification, increases from O in the I direction. With these conventions we can suppose that in any relief on the ox-axis its range will express the value of the significance, at each moment, on the y-axis. Let us recall that significance is the fundament of rational thought. The relief, on the horizon of continuous signification, is experienced as an idea or concept when thinking apprehends the thought of a system. Therefore, the representation in the analogical quadrant of a relief, or significance of a system, will acquire maximum fidelity if it references to a concrete system such as that of Figure 13. In Figure 18, for the sole purpose of providing the proper reference in order to signal the relief of a significance, the axis of the analogical plane has been aligned with a simple system of the Pussu's cultural structure. On this arrangement we will emphasize two things. First, it must be noted that transcendent time increases in the direction of the extension dimension. This means that the thought of a system always takes up transcendent time, even when the thought itself is experienced as atemporal because it lacks immanent time. This happens because of the microcosm's lack of autonomy. Every mental act, even the manifestly atemporal ones like, for example, the image of a triangle, is only a movement together with others that constitute the evolutive process of the Pussu. But the Pussu, as the potential microcosm, remains in transcendent time where the synchronization of all its movements takes place. Here it should already be clear that the subjective time of thinking is not transcendent time, since the former can be experienced or not, while the Lahasha is always passing. In the Pussu there are no absolutely atemporal thoughts, since every mental act takes up time of the macrocosm. The atemporality of a triangle is a subjective evaluation product of reflection, of stopping the triangle in the Ahashension without noticing the actual duration of the thought that thinks the triangle. Second, in order to facilitate interpretation, in Figure 18, the XX system has been moved from the O-point or origin of time. The rigor of the analogy demands, instead, that the first principle coincides with the O-point that signals the moment at which thought explores the schema in extension. Corresponds the concept of transcendent time, and to the axis corresponds the concept of significance. These correspondences respond to the need for the significant context or mental horizon around the significance to be a geometric place in which the relief of the significance can be represented by an equivalent symbol. The transcendent time, within which, as we have seen, the microcosm remains synchronized, increases from O in the ox direction. Significance, or relief on the horizon of continuous signification, increases from O in the I direction. With these conventions we can suppose that in any relief on the ox-axis its range will express the value of the significance, at each moment, on the y-axis. Let us recall that significance is the fundament of rational thought. The relief, on the horizon of continuous signification, is experienced as an idea or concept when thinking apprehends the thought of a system. Therefore, the representation in the analogical quadrant of a relief, or significance of a system, will acquire maximum fidelity if it references to a concrete system such as that of Figure 13. In Figure 18, for the sole purpose of providing the proper reference in order to signal the relief of a significance, the axis of the analogical plane has been aligned with a simple system of the Pussu's cultural structure. On this arrangement we will emphasize two things. First, it must be noted that transcendent time increases in the direction of the extension dimension. This means that the thought of a system always takes up transcendent time, even when the thought itself is experienced as atemporal because it lacks immanent time. This happens because of the microcosm's lack of autonomy. Every mental act, even the manifestly atemporal ones like, for example, the image of a triangle, is only a movement together with others that constitute the evolutive process of the Pussu. But the Pussu, as the potential microcosm, remains in transcendent time where the synchronization of all its movements takes place. Here it should already be clear that the subjective time of thinking is not transcendent time, since the former can be experienced or not, while the Lahasha is always passing. In the Pussu there are no absolutely atemporal thoughts, since every mental act takes up time of the macrocosm. The atemporality of a triangle is a subjective evaluation product of reflection, of stopping the triangle in the Ahashension without noticing the actual duration of the thought that thinks the triangle. Second, in order to facilitate interpretation, in Figure 18, the XX system has been moved from the O-point or origin of time. The rigor of the analogy demands, instead, that the first principle coincides with the O-point that signals the moment at which thought explores the schema in extension. Let us now suppose that a thought about the system of Figure 18 produces on the horizon of continuous signification the relief that Figure 19 shows. The triangular symbol, which has manifested itself in thought, can perhaps be perceived as universal and atemporal, but the fact is that the thought of the symbol registers a duration in transcendent time. The longer the thought on the XX system lasts, the more extensive, analogically speaking, its dimension will be, for the system subsists as long as the microcosm remains. Figure 18. We must now take a very important step in the exposition by recalling the thesis of Article B. The translative faculty is a function of the active potency. We studied, in the aforementioned article, that the potency of a relationship is always referenced to the conscious sphere and that such a reference empowers it to render horizontal the plane of signification in which the significance is to be noted. This is, naturally, a subjective effect. But, if we suppose that the significance, the triangular relief of which has been represented in Figure 19, is leveled on a plane of signification horizontal in relation to the conscious sphere, what is the geometrical place of the conscious sphere in the analogical quadrant? Answer: its place is outside of the plane, in a direction perpendicular to Figure 19. In order to point out such a direction, in Figure 19, we would have to add a third axis, orthogonal to the other axes and perpendicular to the plane of signification. In Figure 20 we have indicated, in perspective, the direction of the conscious sphere by means of the analogical os axis. Thus we see that the reference to the conscious sphere leads us to a system of three axes that determines a kind of analogical space made up of three quadrants. One is the already described or plane of signification and context, another, which we are not going to deal with, is, and a third quadrant is, which appears frontal in Figure 20, and that we call the temporal plane. Figure 19. The reason why the axis is directed toward the lower part of Figure 20 is that the different levels of the symbol's psychic energy that emerge toward the conscious sphere are to be represented analogically on this axis. The energy of a symbol in transit toward consciousness, as will be seen, diminishes continuously. In analytic geometry the axis is negative, i.e., the value that represents its y-ordinate decreases as the distance from the origin increases. This quality is preserved in the analogical quadrant of Figure 20, and for this reason it has been indicated in correspondence with the decrease of energy that every symbol that transits in the direction toward the conscious sphere must experience. In order to take full advantage of the analogical possibilities of Figure 20, we will propose an important convention. We will call conscious sphere the analogical space that lies beyond the horizontal plane of signification. This plane, which in the figure is horizontal because it has been leveled with reference to the conscious sphere, taken as the center of self-reference. According to this convention, the conscious sphere is the space formed by the sum of the planes parallel to that lie beyond the plane, in the direction of Figure 20 tinct regions, the shadow sphere and the light sphere. The space that extends beyond the horizontal plane corresponds to the shadow sphere and culminates in a plane common to the analogical space of the light sphere, which extends to the outer surface of the conscious sphere. Errands toward the shadow sphere and, beyond it, to the cultural structure. The reason why both geometrical systems are mutually referenced is due to the fact that, in the cultural structure, the rational subject refers the thought toward the sphere of self according to the reference to self that propitiates the active potency of the thought relationship, and that, in the light sphere, the conscious subject looks toward the cultural structure, toward the horizontal plane of signification that, precisely, is leveled with respect to the self. On the other hand, the plane common to both analogical spaces is called threshold of consciousness and can be seen represented in Figure 21. In summary, beyond the plane of signification, in the direction, extends the analogical space that keeps a conceptual correspondence with the conscious sphere, which is made up of two regions, the shadow sphere and the light sphere. The shadow sphere, the space immediately next to the cultural structure, concludes in an upper layer, extending from the threshold of consciousness to the outer surface, called the light sphere. Let us now consider, within the scope of such an analogical spatial arrangement, the thought of a system of the pursue's cultural structure. According to what we have seen, thought can be rational and, in addition, conscious. Let us specify both concepts. Thought is rational, in the first place, when it occurs over the cultural structure. In such a case the thought system only manifests, in thought, the signified relief. But the significance is the fundament of thought, the relief, which signifies, is a symbol that the schema's active potency manifests in the context of a language. Such a symbol can be, for example, the triangle represented on the XX system of Figure 20 and on the plane of signification. Thus, Figure 20 expresses rational thought analogically. But when is a thought, besides being rational, conscious? Answer: when there is a reference to self in the potency of the thought relationship, then the signified symbol is impulsed to move toward the conscious sphere or schema of self. Let us observe that in this moving toward we have two of the notes of psychic energy in view, movement and direction. When the potency impulses the symbol toward the conscious sphere, its energetic activation is actually carried out. The psychic energy, or energy with which the potency has activated the symbol, is all the greater the reference to self of the thought relationship. The moving origin of such a reference will be explained further ahead. Analogically, the psychic energy has to decrease in the direction of the axis, with which it keeps a conceptual correspondence. Figure 21 to explain the concept of conscious thought, in such a way that it justifies the energetic expression, will still require several definitions and commentaries. Let us observe for the moment Figure 21, where the case has been represented in which the symbol of Figure 20 has sufficient available energy in order to move into the conscious sphere. The I symbol, situated over the thought system, transited through the conscious sphere into the light sphere and manifested itself there as I. The following commentaries will explain such an action. First, in figures 20 and 21 the conscious sphere extends as an analogical space of representation beyond the horizontal plane. At the level of said plane is the XX system that forms part of the cultural structure. But, as we said elsewhere, the cultural structure is a substratum of the affective and rational spheres, in which it is immersed. We also said, deep down, near the archetypal memory, etc. Let us now reason in the following way: if the cultural structure is deep down in the affective and rational spheres, then immediately beyond it lies the extension of these spheres, but we have just learned that beyond the cultural structure, i.e., beyond the XX system, extends the conscious sphere. It is evident, then, that the conscious sphere and the affective and rational spheres are interpenetrated with each other beyond any plane of signification. The problem is, up to where does the triple interpenetration of the psychic spheres reach? Answer: up to the threshold of consciousness. The threshold of consciousness, in fact, marks the limit of the interpenetration. From the psi threshold is the light sphere in which there is pure consciousness because it constitutes the seat of the conscious subject. Now we can explain the origin of the name light sphere. Analogically, it is useful to consider the conscious sphere as formed by two concentric and consecutive spheres, similar to two layers of an onion. The first is that which goes from the horizontal plane, Figure 21, to the psi threshold of consciousness, i.e., the region to which we recently attributed a triple interpenetration. This region is called shadow sphere. The second is that which extends from the psi threshold of consciousness to the exterior surface of the conscious sphere, which we call light sphere. In summary, the conscious sphere presents a lower region or shadow sphere that is common to the affective and rational spheres, and an upper region or light sphere that is the only one in which there can be pure consciousness. Second, being that the cultural structure is immersed in the affective and rational spheres, by derivation of such a fact, it is usually rightly pointed out that a determinate symbol emerged into consciousness. With the same criterion we will say that the movement from I to I is the emergence of I. This allegory will be made more clear if we suppose that the threshold of consciousness is analogous to a liquid surface, beneath it is the shadow sphere and, lower still, the cultural structure. Thus, every symbol that becomes conscious must emerge from said liquid surface, like those flying fish that often spring up before our amazed eyes and then sink back into the blackness of the sea. Third, the schema of the XX system is the truth of an entity. By being thought, its potency empowers it to manifest a relief on a horizontal plane of signification. Such a relief is the significance that fundaments the thought, which, for being a psychic term, has an undoubtable semic quality. That is why we use a symbol, in figures 19, 20, and 21, in order to represent the relief signified along the XX system. Now then, when the system 20 is thought on a plane of signification, only a concept, i.e., a slice of the semic schema will be experienced of the truth of the entity, see figures 14, 15, and 16. Therefore the I symbol of figure 19 has been manifested by a concept of the XX system, and it is worth asking, what relationship exists between the I symbol and the XX concept from which it proceeds? Answer: the I symbol is the imitation of the XX concept, its replica. This answer, of course, raises new questions. For example, how should one understand said symbolic imitation? Is the I sign identical, similar, or equal to the XX concept? Let us respond in parts to such questions. First of all, the I sign, and, in general, any signified relief, is equal to the XX concept, in the sense that it keeps homology of the structural mode. If there were no equalness, the I symbol could signify something different from the XX concept, but in that case it would not be a signified relief of the XX concept because it can only signify what the concept signifies. The absurdity of this possibility demonstrates the need for any signified relief to be equal to the concept that it signifies. On the other hand, it is evident that the I symbol is one thing and the XX concept is another, that is to say, although semically equal, both elements are not identical, they keep some differences between them. The main ones are the differences of dimension, which will become clear also recalling the determinations of the XX concept. Let us begin with the XX relationship. It possesses extension, comprehension and potency. The XX concept has the same extension but less comprehension than the XX relationship that it translates. That is why, analogically, while the XX relationship is represented as a cylindrical bar, the concept is only a slice of this cylinder. The comprehension of a relationship is analogous to the volume of the cylinder, so that the concept's lesser comprehension is expressed in the lesser volume of the slice. Being equal in extension, concept and relationship, the lesser volume is a function of the thickness of the slice. The lesser comprehension, it must be kept in mind, indicates that the concept can only express one aspect of the entity's truth. In other words, the comprehension of a relationship expresses how apt its schema is for containing the truth of the entity, how close its symbolic qualities are to coinciding with its design, significance, that the concept expresses one aspect of the truth of the entity. Only by going to the depths of the concept, to the connotative nucleus, is it possible to perceive the truth under another aspect, with new qualities not understood up to that moment, but for this it is necessary to note the significance in another language, that is, on another plane of signification. Let us now consider the I symbol, manifested by the potency of the XX concept. Both elements are semically equal although they differ in their dimensions. If we take into account that the I symbol, in figure 19, is the effect of the XX concept, we have to conclude that both the extension and the comprehension of the concept are equally present in the I symbol. The extension of the concept, in effect, is denoted in the I symbol by the duration during which it manifests itself in thought. The comprehension of the concept is a function of the thickness of the slice and equal to its volume. We can agree that the thickness of the symbol, and its volume, are equal to those of the concept slice. The extension of the concept is equal to the duration of the symbol, the comprehension of the concept is equal to the comprehension of the symbol. What are, then, the differences of dimension that prevent concept and symbol from being identical? Answer: the difference lies in the dimensions, potency and connotation. The potency of the concept is the cause of the manifestation of the symbol that imitates it. That is why the I symbol does not possess potency but energy, that is, movement and direction. And the I symbol, or any equivalent signified relief, does not possess connotation because it exists only on its horizontal plane of signification. In synthesis, the I symbol is similar to the XX concept that produced it. It is not identical because the I symbol is a relief that exists only on the horizontal plane of signification that levels its significant context, whereas the concept possesses a connotative nucleus that is common to many other oblique planes of signification. It also differs in that, while the concept is part of a structural bond that prevents it from having movement, the I symbol has movement and direction, insofar as such energy is sufficient for it to subsist in thought or in the psychic spheres. In spite of these differences, the I symbol is similar to the concept because it is structurally homologous to it. In general, every symbol produced by the potency of a concept, in imitation of it, is homologous to it, i.e., it possesses the same structural mode. It should be noted that when the XX concept manifests a symbol, which imitates it structurally, it behaves in a manner analogous to a nucleic acid. RNA or DNA, in effect, possesses a message encoded according to the distribution of nucleotides that link the sugar-phosphate chains of the double helix molecular structure. Analogously to the production of by the XX concept template, the nucleic acid is also capable of replicating its message in another molecule that imitates it structurally. Fourth, the I symbol, and any equivalent symbol, is called a rational representation of a concept. The I symbol, and every symbol that emerges in consciousness, is called a conscious representation of a concept. Fish. We must now ask, what is a mental image? Answer: 1 degree, every representation that emerges into consciousness, or is in transit toward it, is perceived as an image. 2 degrees, an image is also the product of fantasy. In what remains of this article we will only deal with images originated in the cultural structure, that is, with conscious representations, such as the I symbol of Figure 21. In the following article the origin of fantasies will be explained. It is necessary to analyze, then, answer 1 degree in order to comprehend its scope. In the first place, it tells us that every symbol that leaves the cultural structure and is directed toward consciousness is an image, but it does not tell us that all the symbols that manifest themselves over the cultural structure are emerging. And it does not tell us this because only some rational representations, and not all of them, will possess sufficient energy to emerge and become conscious. Which, of all the possible rational representations, will transit toward consciousness and be perceived as images? This question is equivalent to that which we asked at the beginning: when is a thought, besides being rational, conscious? And the answer is the same for both. When, in the potency of the thought relationship, there is a reference to self, then the rational representation is impulsed to move toward consciousness, being perceived as a semic image of the concept that it signifies. Let us recall that the elements of the cultural structure depend on whether or they not are referenced to self. The reference comes from the discovery of the self, a fact that marks the birth of consciousness as the historical subject of the microcosm. From this fact a schema of self, or conscious sphere, begins to be structured with elements coming from the cultural structure, that is, with conscious representations. Therefore, all the entities schemata, both internal and external entities, which are historical for the microcosm, are referenced to self. But prehistorical schemata, i.e., those that were structured before the discovery of the self, are not referenced to self, and neither are the non-historical schemata, i.e., the schemata of principles. These schemata, as well as the principles, produce only pure rational representations, without references to self and, therefore, not directed to consciousness. Every pure rational representation always possesses minimal energy, insufficient for leaving the cultural structure, the plane of signification, and directing itself to the consciousness as an image. On the other hand, rational representations produced by schemata with potency referenced to self always possess sufficient energy in order to empty emergence. Such a difference of energy in rational representations is caused, as it was said, because the potency in some schemata is referenced to self and not in others, The reason why the potency referenced to self produces more energy in the representation than a prehistorical or non-historical potency is to be sought in the shocking effect that the discovery of the self, and every allusion to it, causes in the microcosm. In the following commentary we will see in detail the cause of such a shocking effect. Sixth, the conscious sphere and consciousness are constructed, in effect, from a first shocking of the microcosm, from that first contact with the design of self that reveals to the intuition the possibility of the microcosm's autonomy. The possibility that the pusu has of becoming an autonomous microcosm underlies in the potency of its design. The discovery of the design of self makes it possible to intuit, in a flash of lightning that shakes all spheres, such a potential possibility of autonomy. This eternal intuition has been belatedly baptized with the name of freedom. This intuition awakens, metaphorically speaking, the microcosmic potency. The possibility of autonomy, which is in embryo, is then irreversibly incited to unfold and mature into itself. Thus arises a first symbol, a primordial reflection of the self, which situates itself beyond the cultural structure, in a hierarchical position that determines all future references of knowledge. But that symbol, to which the subsequent elements of the schema of self are structured, has arisen as the product of a primordial shock that cannot be overlooked or forgotten. The schema of self is representative memory, and the first representation that it memorizes corresponds to an experience, the lacerating impression of which can never be surpassed by other subsequent experiences. There is, then, an original pain, subsumed in the conscious sphere, which endures throughout its history and constitutes the fundament of the referential centrality of which reason makes it the object. That is why the instinctive will that moves reason to function, when it interprets the discovered designs and references them to the self, to a permanently moved center of the self, introduces a perturbing determination in the potency of the schemata. And this determination of potency is what makes it possible for certain rational representations to emerge toward consciousness. The discovery of self, the intuition of the possibility of microcosmic autonomy, the arising of the conscious sphere by the representation of this shocking intuition, and the irreversible unfolding of the microcosmic potency that tends to concretize its autonomy or microcosmic objective of the finality are all aspects of the same inevitable cause. For this cause the pusu will not be able to avoid consciousness. It is not possible to generate any force in the microcosm capable of opposing and nullifying the conscious sphere. On the contrary, every action of the instinctive will, every operation of reason, makes the schema of self grow, gives more complexion to the conscious sphere. In short, there is nothing more opposed to consciousness than indifference. The intuition of the possibility of microcosmic autonomy is the beginning of a conscious self-individuation. Its main note is the difference, evident and unquestionable, between the self and the world, between microcosm and macrocosm. From this difference arises consciousness, and that is why in every conscious representation there cannot be indifference to the self. As we will see further ahead, in the idea, the object of the conscious subject, there is a first intention or direction toward the self that constitutes the actual difference with the subject. Let us bear in mind that, as the conscious sphere of consciousness grows, the conscious subject roots its thinking in it, and from there attempts to exercise total control over the psychic structure. The subject in the conscious sphere is the highest manifestation of the pusu's soul, which has intuited the possibility of autonomy and procures to concretize it by situating itself in the most favorable position. Such a place, from where every thought aims at and contributes to individuation, can be understood analogically as the exterior layer of the conscious sphere, that is, the light sphere beyond psi in Figure 21. In summary, beyond the threshold of consciousness, where conscious representations take place, is the light sphere, the seat of the conscious subject. It is the lahasha that apprehends conscious representations or other classes of ideal objects, and that, also and principally, is capable of moving forward thought from the conscious sphere. Seventh, let us now examine the transit from I to I, that is, the emergence of I symbolized in Figure 21. The active potency of the XX relationship has endowed the signified I relief with sufficient energy in order to emerge in the light sphere. The main notes of psychic energy, As we saw in the article schema of self and psychic energy, are movement, direction, and intensity. In the case of conscious representations, we have analogically equated movement with the action of emerging. It is necessary, then, to interpret the direction and the intensity that the active potency imprints on the energy of a conscious representation. We already know why the potency directs the representation of a historic schema toward the conscious sphere, because there is, in the potency, the determination of a reference to self. On this basis, we will call any direction of psychic energy, intention, and the direction toward the conscious sphere, first intention. We can thus say that I emerges toward the light sphere guided by its first intention. Emergence and intentionality are, then, two energetic notes of every conscious representation. Now, for an intentioned representation toward the self to emerge does not necessarily signify that it will reach the light sphere as occurs with the I symbol in figure 21. On the contrary, only the intensity of the energy ensures such a manifestation. If there is sufficient energy, if the intention is intense enough, then the representation will cross the threshold of consciousness and become conscious. If not, it will remain on a subconscious level. What does the intensity of the psychic energy depend on? Answer: on the active potency. According to the degree of shock that the discovery of the particular design, the schema of which is 20, has caused in relation to the self, so intense will be the energy of its representation, so certain will be the intention, and so swiss will be the emergence. However, these notes alone fail to explain the phenomenon of conscious representation in the light sphere. In physics, the concept of energy is associated with the concept of resistance or expenditure, without which it would be incomprehensible. Energy would have no meaning, in effect, without the possibility of its consumption. If we remember that the concept of energy signifies the conscious sphere, we will have to admit that something similar to resistance must exist in the conscious sphere. And there is indeed an opposition to emergence, which consumes much of the energy of representations. Such resistance is called the intrinsic opacity of the shadow sphere. The intrinsic opacity has its origin in the triple interpenetration of the conscious, affective, and rational spheres, of which the shadow sphere consists. Hence the resistance uniformly decreases as the representation approaches the threshold of consciousness, in order to be minimal or its manifestation in the light sphere. It is not to say that there is not also a resistance in the light sphere. What happens is that, since the light and shadow spheres are mutually referenced, as shown in figure 21, from the threshold of consciousness the representation must face an inverse resistance to the intrinsic opacity, that is to say, from the threshold of consciousness there is an easiness for the emergence of the representation. Although why this occurs will be explained in another commentary, it should be noted here that, upon crossing the threshold of consciousness, a representation such as I in figure 21 abruptly goes from having minimum energy to having maximum energy. It is also useful to note that the consumption of energy, which causes the intrinsic opacity of the shadow sphere in any emerging representation, does not in any way signify its loss. In the potential microcosm, as in any physical entity, the law of conservation of energy must be fulfilled. With respect to psychic energy, the analogical law would be the following: total energy of the shadow sphere plus total energy of the light sphere equals constant, or in other words, PS plus PL equals K. Since psychic energy is a variable magnitude, the above analogical expression tells us that if one of the sums decreases, the other must increase proportionally so that the sum remains constantly equal to K. The amount of constant energy K varies, naturally, from one pursuit to another. In a particular pursuit, for example, the value of K can rarely be altered significantly throughout its life, for it fundamentally depends on hereditary genetic factors and to a lesser degree on the evolution that the anemic subject may achieve. Only the viriya, just as we will see in the second part, is capable of disequilibrating the law of conservation of psychic energy and receive an unlimited supply of energy by means of the vril. An emerging symbol could only affect the summons of one at a time, since it transits first through the shadow sphere and then through the light sphere, in that order. This means that the energy that the symbol loses because of intrinsic opacity is actually absorbed by the shadow sphere and stored in it. It turns out, then, that the energy decrease of the symbol is only an internal transformation of the shadow sphere that does not even affect the value of PS, i.e., the total energy of the shadow sphere. Eighth, we know that, during its emergence, every symbol is directed toward the light sphere. The direction is a note of the psychic energy that we call intention. The first intention of a representation directs it toward the conscious sphere, or, more precisely, toward the upper layer of the conscious sphere, toward the light sphere. What determines this direction in the energy of the symbol? The reference to self of the active potency. In this commentary we will explain the reference to self analogically in order to demonstrate that it is actually made up of two basic references, a rational one and an emotional one. We will begin, then, by presenting the analogical definitions necessary in order to fundament such an explanation. Figure 22 shows the three energetic spheres that constitute the psychic structure of the puzzle. In it the shadow sphere has been highlighted, which, as we know, is formed by the interpenetration of the affective and rational spheres. The shadow sphere and the figure 22 light sphere make up, in turn, the conscious sphere. The psi threshold of consciousness level has also been indicated. We are now going to explain an important definition, based on figure 22. It is about the energetic orientation of the rational field and the affective field. We already know that the rational and affective spheres must be considered as analogical spaces. From here on we will assume that such spaces consist of fields oriented according to the direction of the arrows, and this should be understood as follows: every symbol situated in the rational sphere, but outside of the shadow sphere, experiences a field force that impulses it in the direction of the brain. Every symbol situated in the affective sphere, but outside of the shadow sphere, experiences a field force that impulses it in the direction of the heart. And what occurs in the shadow sphere? Answer: being the product of the interpenetration of the rational and affective spheres, which fields have an inverse orientation, the shadow sphere presents a field of neutral orientation. In other words, the orientations of the rational and affective fields are neutralized in the mixed field of the shadow sphere. In summary, in the spheres of the psychic structure, in its analogical spaces, we have defined an oriented field that has the following property: every emerging symbol, by effect of the field orientation, becomes oriented in each sphere through which it moves. Using the definition of the oriented field we will analogically explain the reference to self of the active potency. Let us consider, for example, the I symbol in figure 21, which emerges toward the light sphere. Because of the intrinsic opacity of the shadow sphere, the symbol begins to lose energy from the first instant of its movement. But the shadow sphere is made up of the rational and affective spheres, which are interpenetrated. The yielded energy must therefore be distributed proportionally between them. Proportional with respect to what? In other words, what determines the degree of energy that each sphere is to receive? Answer: the rational and affective references that constitute the reference to self. It thus turns out that the reference to self is a relationship between two variable magnitudes, one rational and the other affective. Of course, variable is a general qualification, taking into account that the rational and affective references vary from one schema to another, but, in a particular schema, the references are fixed, characteristic of the impression that the entity has made in each sphere during the transcendence of its design. We will say then that the reference to self is a function of the rational and affective references, just as, analogously, we say, the shadow sphere is a function of the rational and affective spheres. The active potency of the XX concept, by endowing the I symbol with energy, references it to the self according to the rational and affective references. The magnitude of each reference reflects the extent to which the entity affected the rational and affective spheres, and it is in proportion to such a magnitude that the symbol yields energy to the shadow sphere. But the shadow sphere is a field of neutral orientation. What occurs when the I symbol discharges energy into the spheres and that constitute it? Answer: the neutrality of the mixed field is disequilibrated and the I symbol experiences forces that orient it in the direction of field and field. These forces are also proportional to the magnitude of the references. We will distinguish three cases, in which the I symbol manifests different magnitudes in the references that determine the direction of its energy. Case: the I symbol presents a maximum orientation toward the self. In Figure 23, case has been represented analogically. Figure 23, there it is seen that, in effect, the reference to self is a function of the rational and affective references. It is also seen that the reference to self consists, correctly, in a direction toward the threshold of consciousness. But, concretely, what is case? Answer: that in which an external entity affects, in a balanced way, the rational and affective spheres. In that case, the references with which the active potency determines the energy of I are equivalent but opposite. As a result of its action, the energy always has an intermediate direction, which we call, for short, reference to self. The fact that references and are opposites should be interpreted as the rational is opposed to the affective, or that the affective is opposed to the rational, or, consequently, that the affective is irrational. The direction of I's energy, its first intention, is, then, a resultant of references and. However, this does not mean that the references have irreversibly fused into a single movement. In every conscious representation, the conscious subject has the faculty to break down the first intention into its rational and affective components and to perceive them separately. Case: the I symbol is rationally disequilibrated, as indicated in Figure 23. This is the case in which the rational reference is predominant in the determination of the energetic direction. This implies that the energy will be yielded to a greater extent to the rational sphere and, therefore, that the force of the rational field will be greater than that of the affective field. What is its effect? Answer: the I symbol will not follow a direct trajectory toward the light sphere but will be inclined in the direction of the rational sphere. If the deviation is not too great, the symbol will eventually emerge and become clear to the conscious subject, but, by observing Figure 22, we see that if the symbol deviates sufficiently, it can go outside the shadow sphere's limits. What occurs then? Answer: in case, the I symbol penetrates into the rational sphere and, as we explained, will experience a force that will orient it in the direction of the brain. Here, by brain, should be understood the rational subject, the seat of which in the microcosm is the archetypal memory or brain. In the extreme case, the I symbol could abandon the shadow sphere and enter into the rational subject's sphere of perception, once again being schematized, now as an internal entity. Case: the I symbol is effectively disequilibrated, just as it is observed in Figure 23. This case is exactly the inverse of, the affective reference is greater than the rational one and the symbol yields more energy to the affective sphere. Consequently, its direction deviates from the light sphere and inclines toward the affective sphere. As in, the symbol will emerge if the deviation is not too great, but otherwise it will abandon the shadow sphere and enter the emotional sphere. What occurs then? Answer: it will experience a force that will orient it toward the heart. But here by heart we must understand the affective subject, that is to say, the irrational subject. Every symbol situated in the affective sphere is directed toward the irrational subject, the seat of which in the microcosm is the heart chakra. What an irrational subject is was already practically explained in the second commentary of Article E. There it was demonstrated that the anemic subject is analogous to a beam of light, a single subject beam which, also passing through successive filters, manifests itself as rational, cultural, and conscious. The rational beam flows through the central opening of a layer analogous to the microcosm, which covers a lantern, analogous to the soul of the pursue, but, surrounding such an opening, there are other smaller perforations through which beams of light also flow. These beams, non-rational, represent the irrational subjects. We said, there, that these secondary openings were corresponding to chakras, or centers, connected with primitive schemas imprinted in the transmigrating soul. There is, thus, in the microcosm, more than one irrational subject, but the one in control of it is the rational anemic subject, which manifests itself in the structures of the psyche and of which faculties and functions we have so far studied. The irrational subject of the heart, which we will call the affective subject, is the most powerful of all the irrational subjects because the energetic orientation of the affective sphere is referenced to it. Finally, without at any time hashing what the function of the rational and effective references is, we will continue to attribute the energetic direction of all representation to the reference to self of the active potency. Ninth, if the representation emerges, finally, in the light sphere, as seen in Figure 21, it will be apprehended there by the conscious subject as an image. In truth, every conscious representation can be seen by the subject, i.e., perceived as an image, and that is why the light sphere must be regarded as the region of the imagination. Tenth, the most complete content of a conscious thought is the idea. The idea, apart from showing an image that represents the signified relief, reveals the signified to the understanding. Conscious representations, when they are apprehended by the subject, are perceived as ideas, that is, image and significance. Ideas can be seen and understood. On the contrary, rational representations, which occur over the systems of the cultural structure, are not, rigorously speaking, ideas, since they cannot be the object of an eidetic vision on the part of the conscious subject, even if they are understood by the cultural subject. Nevertheless, in order to avoid confusion, we must call rational representations ideas without an image and conscious representations ideas with an image, or simply ideas. 11th, the shadow sphere is what psychologists have lately termed the unconscious. If we want to equate the concepts presented here with their equivalents in C.G. Jung's analytical psychology, we can begin by assimilating the personal collective unconscious to the archetypal memory of the structural model. Let us note that the archetypal memory is found in the deepest region of the psychic structure. If we observe Figure 21, there we see the light sphere, the highest psychic region where the anemic subject manifests itself. If we look from there toward the shadow sphere, we notice that below it is the cultural structure, with the XX system of which plane of signification is leveled in relation to the light sphere, and, lower still, is the archetypal memory. Naturally, when saying below the threshold of consciousness we are speaking in energetic terms. For example, below the horizontal plane means below zero energy, i.e., in the region of potency. 12. The highest seat of the subject is the light sphere, which we have identified in Commentary 9 as the region of the imagination. It is indeed natural for the conscious subject to perceive conscious representations, i.e., images, in the light sphere. The principal note of every conscious representation is in the clarity, a concept that we will expound in detail because it constitutes a key to comprehend the conscious thought of the Pasu. Let us begin by defining the term. Clarity refers, first of all, to a property that makes it possible to distinguish some objects from others and, in each one of them, their qualities. However, this property does not belong to the light sphere as one might think, i.e., it is not that a certain light is shed on objects and makes them clear, but it depends on the objects themselves. It is an objective property. Naturally, the objects that appear clear in the light sphere are ideas, that is, images that emerge to consciousness coming from the cultural structure. But an image, in order to continue with the example of Figure 21, is only a symbol, such as I, which emerges toward the light sphere. The I symbol is the manifestation of the XX concept, on the horizontal plane of continuous signification, which emerges because of the active potency of the XX concept, because the potency is referenced to self. That is why the substance of the I symbol consists only of psychic energy. Now, if the clarity of the image is an objective property, and the object consists only of psychic energy, it is evident that clarity is a function of energy. It is because of this property that it is convenient to consider psychic energy as a kind of light. So, the greater the energy, the more light on the symbol, and the greater the possibility of emerging into consciousness. The resistance that the shadow sphere offers to the passage of the symbol, the intrinsic opacity, consumes part of the energy, and now we can say, the intrinsic opacity absorbs the light of the emerging symbol. But, if clarity is a function of energy, does it signify that the conscious subject must perceive the image becoming clearer as it approaches the light sphere? Before answering, we must make sure that the problem is understood. Let us put it this way, if rational representations, i.e., those that occur over the cultural structure, are completely dark, no image, and conscious representations, Figure 21, are completely clear, pure image. Is it to be inferred from this that the images become clearer as they approach the light sphere? Answer: of course not. Everyone knows, for example, that an involuntary representation, i.e., one that arises unexpectedly in consciousness, appears with a certain degree of characteristic clarity. It does not become clearer as it appears. This means that clarity is an objective property of the image that must be assessed by the conscious subject in the light sphere. In consequence, clear, to a greater or lesser degree, can only be those images that cross the threshold of consciousness. The light sphere is the region of the imagination, the ambit of manifestation of conscious images, and, naturally, the seat of the conscious subject. This subject, in the Pusu, is not prone to receive perceptions of images that have not reached the threshold of consciousness, only to a highly individualized subject, which has succeeded in reducing to consciousness the contents of the shadow sphere. Will it be possible to perceive the transit of the image from the cultural structure to its emergence in the light sphere, the others and, in each one of them, their qualities? However, this property does not belong to the light sphere as one might think, i.e., it is not that a certain light is shed on objects and makes them clear, but it depends on the objects themselves. It is an objective property. Naturally, the objects that appear clear in the light sphere are ideas, that is, images that emerge to consciousness coming from the cultural structure. But an image, in order to continue with the example of Figure 21, is only a symbol, such as I, which emerges toward the light sphere. The I symbol is the manifestation of the XX concept, on the horizontal plane of continuous signification, which emerges because of the active potency of the XX concept, because the potency is referenced to self. That is why the substance of the I symbol consists only of psychic energy. Now, if the clarity of the image is an objective property, and the object consists only of psychic energy, it is evident that clarity is a function of energy. It is because of this property that it is convenient to consider psychic energy as a kind of light. So, the greater the energy, the more light on the symbol, and the greater the possibility of emerging into consciousness. The resistance that the shadow sphere offers to the passage of the symbol, the intrinsic opacity, consumes part of the energy, and now we can say, the intrinsic opacity absorbs the light of the emerging symbol. But, if clarity is a function of energy, does it signify that the conscious subject must perceive the image becoming clearer as it approaches the light sphere? Before answering, we must make sure that the problem is understood. Let us put it this way: if rational representations, i.e., those that occur over the cultural structure, are completely dark, no image, and conscious representations, Figure 21, are completely clear, pure image, is it to be inferred from this that the images become clearer as they approach the light sphere? Answer: of course not. Everyone knows, for example, that an involuntary representation, i.e., one that arises unexpectedly in consciousness, appears with a certain degree of characteristic clarity. It does not become clearer as it appears. This means that clarity is an objective property of the image that must be assessed by the conscious subject in the light sphere. In consequence, clear, to a greater or lesser degree, can only be those images that cross the threshold of consciousness. The light sphere is the region of the imagination, the ambit of manifestation of conscious images, and, naturally, the seat of the conscious subject. This subject, in the Pusu, is not prone to receive perceptions of images that have not reached the threshold of consciousness, only to a highly individualized subject, which has succeeded in reducing to consciousness the contents of the shadow sphere. Will it be possible to perceive the transit of the image from the cultural structure to its emergence in the light sphere? The normal subjects, which we are studying, perceive images only in the light sphere, except for cases of oniric, hypnotic, etc. perceptions. Clarity is, then, a property of images that denotes their internal energy and that is appreciable for the subject from the very moment in which it perceives the image, that is, from the moment the representation crosses the threshold of consciousness and appears in front of the subject. To complete the notion of clarity, we must bear in mind that an idea can only be clear when two supposed conditions are fulfilled. The The first is the contrast with the shadow sphere, and the second, the difference with the self. Let us see what each condition consists in. In Article B of the present section, the translative faculty of rational thinking was defined as a function of the active potencies of the relationships that renders the plane of signification of thought horizontal by referencing it to the light sphere's center of reference. In Figure 20 and 21 we represented, analogically, the horizontal plane of signification of the XX concept parallel to the plane of the threshold of consciousness. Said horizontality of the thought signifies that the conscious subject looks toward the plane of signification insofar as such a plane is referenced to the light sphere. i.e., the conscious subject always looks toward the shadow sphere because against it the emerging representations are contrasted. Every image appears to the subject in this way, more or less clear with respect to the blackness of the shadow sphere. And this greater or lesser clarity is what makes it possible, a posteriori, to distinguish one image from another and, in each one of them, their qualities. The clarity of an idea thus supposes, without expressly declaring it, the black background of the shadow sphere against which all conscious representation is contrasted. As for the difference with the self, which was already mentioned in the sixth commentary, it is established by the effect of the first intention that characterizes every image. As we saw, the first intention is one of the notes of energy, equivalent to the direction that guides the movement or emergence of the image toward itself. The first intention of a symbol, the direction toward the self, is perceived by the conscious subject as its objective evidence. The perception of a symbol in the light sphere is always accompanied by its certainty. The conscious subject never doubts the perception of an ideal object or of any semic content that becomes clear in the consciousness. The case is that the difference that a conscious subject is capable of establishing between an image and itself, positively influences the clarity of the idea. The greater the differentiation of the representation by the subject, the greater the objective quality of that representation and, therefore, the greater the clarity of its evidence. The clarity of an idea thus assumes, without expressly declaring it, that such an idea is an object more or less differentiated from the conscious subject. 13th, let us now study one of the key phenomena of conscious thought, the formulation of which is the following. Every symbol that emerges in the light sphere acts, in front of the subject, as the representative of an archetype, that is, the symbol unfolds in an evolutive process that tends towards a final perfection or entelchi. During this process the symbol enraptures the attention of the subject. It is necessary to observe that we say as the representative of an archetype and not as an archetype. Let us clarify this. By archetype, first of all, we mean those paradigms that constitute the archetypal plane and in the likeness of which the order of the material plane is formed. These are, as explained in the section Finality and Suprafinality, the universal archetypes of the macrocosm. But in the microcosm, or material body of the Pasu, there is an inverted replica of the archetypal plane, the archetypal memory or brain. The archetypal memory is made up of inverted archetypes that are, each one, the reflection of the universal archetypes. Just as was explained in the section Archetypal Memory and Reason, the universal archetypes cannot be known rationally, i.e., through the sensorial sphere, and are therefore unrepresentable to the conscious subject. The same does not occur with the inverted archetypes, since the operations of reason actualize them into the cultural structure as principles or archetypal symbols of a relationship. Every rational representation of a relationship can emerge as a conscious representation, Figure 21, in front of the conscious subject. A conscious representation, according to what has already been explained at length, is the emergence, in the light sphere, of the semic imitation of a concept, i.e., of the truth of the entity noted in a language. What the representation represents is, then, the truth of the entity, and what the conscious subject sees, its idea, will be the image of the entity, the copy of the schema that the active potency of the relationship manifested as a relief on the horizon of continuous signification. But the schema of the entity, which the representation imitates, is a complex symbol, made up of archetypal symbols that represent, in turn, the inverted archetypes of the archetypal memory. This means that a conscious representation, The image of an entity seen ideally by the subject, really represents the set of archetypal symbols that make up the substructure of the schema. It is not difficult now to understand that every conscious representation, or the symbol of which it consists, actually represents one or several archetypes. But such a representation of archetypes is not conscious, i.e., it will not be noted by the conscious subject, because only the schema in its structural integrity has been intentioned by the active potency and not so the archetypal symbols that make it up. The archetypal symbols, although they fundament and shape every image, remain subsumed in it, integrated in the total form without standing out. For example, the image of the wheel is made up of many archetypal symbols: the circle, the polar axis, the spoke or straight radius, the color, the movement, etc., which are not noted unless an a posteriori reflection is carried out. However, the image of the wheel can roll in front of the subject, and the subject will only be able to stop it by making use of the will, opposing volitive energy to the intentional energy of the image in movement. The image of a wheel, which involuntarily rolls in the imagination, is a good example of the archetypal quality of such a representation. Its rolling, its movement, is the subjective assessment of the objective intellectual process, with which the image, an archetypal symbol or set of them, unfolds in front of the conscious subject. But it is not necessary for the image to be in motion in order to demonstrate that it constitutes a process. It is enough only for it to remain in the light sphere, for it to register a duration in transcendent time, for the process to unfold. The persistence of the image in the imagination implies, by that act alone, the existence of a process. Up to this point we have tried to show the fact that every conscious representation is an active phenomenon, owner of its own dynamics that competes in strength with the conscious subject. Let us now examine the cause of this fact using Figure 21. We see in it part of the analogical development of a conscious thought. At first the thought occurs over the cultural structure. The cultural subject experiences the XX relationship and notices the significance in the significant context of a language. It thus understands the truth of the entity as the XX concept, which is rationally represented in the horizontal plane of signification. The I symbol is the rational representation that imitates the XX concept, i.e., it is homologous to it. But I is an energetic manifestation of the active potency, and its notes are emergence, first intention and intensity. If the energy is sufficient, any rational representation can emerge into the light sphere. In Figure 21, we can see, projected with two hashed lines, the emergence of I. It should be noted, at this point, that during the transit through the shadow sphere the energy of I is decreasing due to the resistance that the intrinsic opacity opposes to it. The minimum value of an energy is reached at the psi level of the threshold of consciousness, which, however, it crosses. All the energy with which the active potency had endowed I, energy intentionally referenced to self, was consumed in the trajectory, i.e. was yielded to the shadow sphere in accordance with the law of conservation of energy studied in the seventh commentary. We thus arrive at the moment when the energetic transition of every conscious representation occurs, the instant when the symbol crosses the threshold of consciousness. The phenomenon is the following: before the threshold of consciousness, in the last space of the shadow sphere adjacent to psi, the I symbol possesses minimum energy and maximum emerging inertia. Also the threshold of consciousness, in the first space of the light sphere adjacent to psi, the I symbol possesses maximum energy, plus Pmax. When crossing the psi level of the threshold of consciousness, then, an important energy transition occurred in the symbol I. To comprehend this phenomenon we must remember the energetic expression of the Pussy's thought, WTT equals pay. This express science tells us, firstly, that energy is a function of potency, and, secondly, that potency can be converted into energy and energy into potency. Applied to a symbol, such as I, the energetic expression states that any decrease in energy during the emergence must be reputed as an increase in its potency in order to receive equivalent energy. An emerging symbol thus possesses an active potency, albeit inversely to a relationship. The active potency of the relationship is positive, capable of endowing the symbol by itself with sufficient energy to emerge. The energy of the symbol comes from a current manifestation of the active potency. On the other hand, the active potency of the emerging symbol is negative, a product of the decrease of energy that it has yielded to the shadow sphere during the transit to psi. The negative active potency of a symbol predisposes it to take the missing energy. And it is this potency, retracted in the emerging symbol, which impulses it to develop an entelechal process and which causes the energetic transition from 2. When the I symbol is at the exact level of psi, i.e. on the plane of the threshold of consciousness, its energy is 0, and its potency, maximum. When the shadow sphere ends, the intrinsic opacity disappears and the symbol stops losing energy. When penetrating into the light sphere, its potency predisposes it to take energy. Where does it take it from? Answer: from the light sphere, that is, from the consciousness. But such a restoration of energy does not take place progressively, in a manner analogous to the gradual loss of energy experienced in the shadow sphere. On the contrary, upon crossing the threshold of consciousness, the symbol takes all at once the energy that its negative potency demands of it. That is why every conscious representation appears with clarity in front of the subject. But in this appearance the symbol now has its own energy and tries to unfold in front of the subject that which it carries in embryo behind the symbolic form. The potency with which a symbol crosses the threshold of consciousness depends on the region of the light sphere in which it is to manifest itself. The I symbol, for example, stabilizes in front of the conscious subject at the psi level. The level of stabilization of every conscious representation is reached in a single movement that begins in the cultural structure. In Figure 21, this signifies that the I symbol emerges from the plane of signification to the psi level in a single movement, progressive up to psi and abrupt up to psi. At the level of stabilization the emergence ends and the process begins. The stability of a representation is experienced by the subject as the appearance of the image, as a symbol that suddenly emerges and becomes clear in the consciousness. But such a stability does not indicate stillness but signals only a change in the activity of the symbol. From there begins an entelechal process that can completely enrapture the subject's attention unless the subject has sufficient energy, that is, will, to counteract it. In the second part of these fundamentals, when studying Hyperborean ethics, the symbol's moment of stabilization in the consciousness will be considered of capital importance, and on this basis a whole human typology will be expanded on. That is why it is useful to mention now that when the symbol appears in front of the subject, a dramatic tension is established between the two. In this case, the Pasu only manages to react in a manner that is characteristic of it. However, also the enchainment of the Hyperborean spirits, there are 3 classes of men on earth, the Pasu, the Virya, and the Siddha. Particularly the Virya, who may be lost or awakened, exhibits reactions different from that of the Pasu. A typology based on the attitude of the conscious subject in the face of a sacred symbol, which will be defined further ahead, is highly revealing of the degree of strategic confusion that men exhibit, particularly those who procure to liberate themselves from the great deception. And this fact is indispensable to know before choosing a Hyperborean way of liberation. This necessity amply justifies the long analogical study that we have put forth in order to render intelligible the functioning of the Pasu's psychic structure. 14th, the psychic phenomenon that we have symbolized in Figure 21 can also be interpreted from the psychological point of view. I-Cal judgment. But to think a system is equivalent, as we have already seen, to noting the concept of a relationship between principles. That is to say, the translative faculty enables the cultural subject to note the relationship, as a concept, in the significant context of a language. And the significance that fundaments the thought is a relief on the horizon of continuous signification or, synonymously, a symbol manifested on the horizontal plane of signification. The La Hasha corresponds to the irrational representation of Figure 21. Well then, the I symbol, which is homologous to the XX concept, denotes it at all times, even when it emerges into consciousness, but in the terms of contextual language. It is in this way that the I symbol is always a conceptual expression, a posteriori, of the a priori synthetic judgment in which the thought of the XX system consists. Every symbol or representation that emerges into consciousness is significant in a contextual language. In other words, every symbol, such as I, denotes a concept, such as 20, even those symbols that represent a myth and of which contextual languages, as will be seen further ahead, are completely unknown to the subject. In summary, an a priori synthetic judgment, thought by the cultural subject, is transformed into a representative conceptual symbol, or proposition, for the conscious subject. From the point of view of the conscious subject, the I symbol, in addition to representing an image, denotes the significance of the XX concept in the contextual language of the horizontal plane. In the I symbol, then, there is an implicit proposition in the denoted significance. The conscious subject, because of the threshold of consciousness energetic barrier, sees only the I image with clarity, and perceives its significance in propositional form, at first ignoring the original form of the synthetic judgment. Naturally, the propositional form of the significance is suitable for the socio-cultural expression that the macrocosmic objective of the finality demands, to communicate the significance to the members of the cultural community and to place meaning on the entities. But the advantage that the propositional form implies for the macrocosmic objective is transformed into a disadvantage, from the gnosiological point of view, for the microcosmic objective of the finality. This will become evident as soon as we notice that the propositional form of the significance of any representation is an a posteriori analytical description of the a priori synthetic judgment. Every proposition, in effect, describes, in the terms of a language, the thought synthetic judgment, that is, the schema of the entity. Ed's structural schema arose, never broken down. Only the evolutive limitation of the cultural subject causes that, a posteriori, the schema is noted in a language and that, the experience of the schema, the a priori synthetic judgment, is described conceptually. Only then the analytical breakdown of the entity's schema, its propositional form, takes place. We already knew, let us say ecstatically, that every concept is a part of the schema, that is, an incomplete symbol. Now we see, dynamically, that every representation supposes a propositional significance of the concept that it signifies and that, for this reason, it is also an incomplete symbol. Hence the pointed out disadvantage, by ignoring the a priori synthetic judgment, by rationalizing its intuition, the conscious subject has only a mere conceptual description as the significant fundament of the conscious representation, which constitutes a grave variety of gnosiological Daltonism. In order to clearly show the imprecision that the propositional form of the significance introduces into thought, let us consider the already studied 20 system. It consists of a pair of opposite principles and of a relationship or schema of the entity. In the schema there is, as an archetypal symbol, a replica of the related principles. When the cultural subject experiences the XX system, the a priori synthetic judgment occurs, but, immediately, such an experience is rationalized by the translative faculty and of the XX system. Only the XX concept is noted in a contextual language, but the XX concept is part of the relationship and does not include, because of its passive potency, the principles. The representation of the XX concept, under its propositional form, will only denote to the conscious subject a part of the relationship, or scheme of the entity, with an absolute exclusion of the principles that were binding and sustaining the schema in the cultural structure. But by abstracting the schema from its main supports, the relationship loses its linking quality and is intuited individually, not as the scheme of the entity but as the entity itself. Hence the linguistic description that supposes the concept consists in a semiotic analysis, i.e., a semiotic analysis of the XX concept taken as the whole of the entity. It is clear, then, that a semiotic breakdown of the concept for the purpose of its description is incompatible with its comprehension, i.e., with the grasp of its analogical volume, of its semic complexion. The effect of this is the desubstantiation of the relationship by the extreme abstraction of which the translative faculty has made it the object. The cultural subject does not perceive the relationship between principles but the concept of the truth of the entity, which it represents propositionally. And the conscious subject perceives the propositional form of the significance as a description of the entity consisting of a set of symbols, or properties, related to each other according to the logical modality of language. But these relationships of the proposition are insubstantial because the energy of the representation is concentrated in the symbols that make it up, symbols that correspond to primitive properties of the schema. Every proposition, understood as the linguistic description of a schema's concept, has an inverse energetic law to that of the system that it represents and describes. That is, while, in a system, the principles have a passive potency, and are not noted, and their relationship has an active potency and is noted, in a proposition the terms have an active potency and the relationship a passive potency. Thus, the terms, which usually consist of subjects and predicates, have an evident weight, a greater substance, than the relationships that bind them. This is the disadvantage of perceiving the significance as a linguistic description. The conscious representation, as an image of the entity, may appear to the conscious subject very sharp, clear, vivid, etc., but its significance may be, at the same time, analytically broken down into a description of the symbols that constitute the image without the validity of the linguistic relationships that unite them being clear at all. The eidetic vision of the conscious subject, for example, could receive the image of the entity and abstract its properties with complete clarity as long as it operates with fantasy on the semic composition of the image, but if it were to look at the proposition, which linguistically describes that image, the way in which the terms, or properties, are related would not appear so clear to it. As a conclusion, it must be kept in mind that a concept, directly thought in the cultural structure, about the relationship, must differ notably from its propositional description. For this reason, a structural concept must never be confused with its linguistic definition. The concept, even when it corresponds to only one aspect of the semic schema, is always experienced synthetically as a substructure. Its representation, on the contrary, describes it analytically in propositional form, defines it in terms of a language. The propositional form, however, is perfectly effective for the purposes of the macrocosmic objective. But we must not forget, the proposition, as a descriptive expression of the entity's truth, is also an incomplete symbol. G. The pasu, conscious subject. In what we have studied about the pasu, we have always presented the development of its thought in the same order in which the anemic subject manifests itself in the microcosm, that is, in the order of the hierarchical sequence, archetypal memory or brain structure, conceptual memory or cultural structure, representative memory or schema of self. Naturally, the subject follows such an order because the structures are constituted according to the hierarchical sequence, but this situation in no way extends beyond infancy. The subject is the manifestation of the soul in the psychic structures and, therefore, tends to reach archetypal perfection, to imitate the Manu, i.e., tries to fulfill the finality of the Pasu. With this purpose the subject lay permanently in the higher structures and from there tries to control the conduct of the microcosm. The objective, of course, is that of the finality, to operate as a conscious subject in the schema of self or conscious sphere. Theoretically an evolved Pasu should have a conscious subject capable of knowing itself and knowing how to know itself, discovering the design in the entities and placing meaning. That is why in this article we will follow an inverse order to the one used so far. We will start from the hypothesis that we describe the behavior of an exemplary Pasu, so evolved that its conscious sphere has sufficiently developed as to allow the continuous activity of the conscious subject. With such an understanding we will study conscious thought from the light sphere, i.e., from the conscious subject's point of view. In the Fish commentary of the previous article, it was stated that every mental image can either come from the cultural structure or be a product of fantasy. Let us now explain how the conscious subject produces the fantasies that it imagines. In order not to make the explanation too complex, it is useful to begin by observing the analogies that exist in the production of images by both subjects. Indeed, while the cultural subject produces in the cultural structure the representations that will be perceived as images in the light sphere, the conscious subject, for its part, is also capable of producing representations in the conscious sphere, the images of which are symbols proper to the schema of self, i.e., the conscious subject can generate images in the conscious sphere by itself, without the intervention of the cultural subject and the cultural structure. Such images are called fantasies. Thus, the conscious subject is capable of perceiving images in the light sphere, conscious representations, as explained in the previous article, and of imagining fantasies. We will ask ourselves, then, what is a fantasy and what difference does it have with a conscious representation? To answer the first, let us observe the following. A conscious representation can emerge by two causes. 1 degree, the rational subject discovers the design of an external entity and interprets it rationally, producing an equivalent schema in the cultural structure. If such a schema is referenced to self, a representation of the entity's schema will immediately emerge toward the light sphere, this emergence consisting in the news, the immediate knowledge, that the conscious subject will receive from the external entity. 2 degrees, the cultural subject perceives a system of the cultural structure as an experience. Such a system is the product of an ancient discovery, that is to say, the entity, the truth of which was schematized, no longer impressions the sensitivity of the rational subject. However, when being experienced by the cultural subject, a homologous representation of the schema is produced, which emerges toward the light sphere. With this clarification, we want to emphasize that every conscious representation is always a production of the rational or cultural subject. But the schema of self, or conscious sphere, is constructed with conscious representations, which it structurally memorizes so that they constitute the history of the microcosm. These historical structural elements of the schema of self are those that the conscious subject evokes when a fantasy is rendered. Thus, while conscious representations are semic productions realized by the rational and cultural subjects, fantasies are conscious reproductions that the conscious subject volitionally makes on the schema of self. The capacity and efficacy that the conscious subject demonstrates in order to produce historical images of itself and to perceive the representations produced in other structures is called the faculty of imagining or imagination. Just as the rational subject is able to discover the design of the entities because it has a rational cognitive faculty, and the cultural subject can note the truth of the entity in the significant context of a language, as a concept, because it has a translative faculty, so also the conscious subject can see the image of the entity, at the same time that it rationally comprehends it, because it has the faculty of imagining. But this faculty is not reduced only to perceiving representations of entities produced in the cultural structure. The conscious subject can imagine entities known or unknown, present or past, existing or non-existent, real or ideal, etc. The second terms express the reproductions carried out by fantasy. If imagination is the main faculty of the conscious subject, fantasy is its highest degree. Faced with the conscious representation of an entity, for example, which the conscious subject perceives as image and significance, fantasy can modify such an image, add or subtract qualities, and even confront it with another purely ideal image. But this example enables us to notice the essentially volitional character of fantasy. A conscious representation, in effect, appears in front of the conscious subject, already intentioned toward the self, is the product of another structure. Fantasy, on the other hand, requires the direct action of the conscious subject in order to manifest itself. It is the product of its will over the conscious sphere. Moreover, when the representation is stabilized in the light sphere and begins its entelecheial process, it will tend to enrapture the attention of the conscious subject unless the lahasha has sufficient will in order to exercise its control. To this volitional action, necessary for stopping the process, more energy must be added. If the fantasy intends to modify the image of the entity that the conscious representation represents. Let us now turn to the second question: what is the difference between a fantasy and a conscious representation? Apart from the already pointed out difference, that the representation is productive imagination and the fantasy reproductive imagination, it is useful to compare the energetic, rational, and intelligible aspects of a fantasy and of a conscious representation. In the first commentary, which follows, a comparative study will be made between the energetic aspect of a representation and a fantasy. In the second commentary, the mechanism by which every fantasy ends up being a rational and intelligible image will be explained. First, From the energetic point of view, a conscious representation appears in front of the conscious subject when the former stabilizes, or its energetic transition. It then has maximum energy, directed to germinate and mature its content. In the conscious thought there is, thus, an image of the entity that, being referenced to self, because of its first intention, appears as an evident and indubitable object, an ideal object, a representative of an actual entity, of its truth. The will of the subject can stop the process or, resisting it with sufficient energy, nullify the image by removing mention from it. The image appears in front of the conscious subject because it is intentionally referenced to self. If the subject does not voluntarily pay attention to its spectacle, the image is impotent to stay on the scene and disappears from the present. It remains structured in the schema of self as a historical memory. When the conscious subject fancifully reproduces an image, it does not differ semically from a conscious representation and instead differs energetically from it. Let us see how this is. The requirement of an original image, or the evocation of a known one, which the conscious subject procures to concretize in the schema of self, causes the emergence of the fantasy. But such an emergence is almost instantaneous because it is a phenomenon that occurs exclusively in the conscious sphere. Now, the current emergence of the fantasy also takes place, as in the case of conscious representations, with maximum energy, but, the energy of the representations comes from the active potency of the relationships. Who provides, then, the energy of the fantasies? Answer: the light sphere or consciousness. Active potency of the relationship is really the potential disposition to act possessed by the living system, animated by the soul. In other words, there is a volitional reserve of the soul ready to be utilized by the subject according to the potential disposition of this or that particular relationship. Let us recall that we defined the faculties as dispositions of the subject. We said, for example, the cultural subject has the translative faculty. Well then, the faculties are active dispositions determined by the potential dispositions of the living structures. We can explain it, also, by means of an allegory. Let us say, for example, that we have the active disposition, the will, to work this stone. We want to make of it the representation of the Führer, and we think of that photo, taken at one of the magical congresses of Nuremberg. In it we see him descending from a gigantic marble staircase, clad in the full dress uniform of the SA and the cape gently unfolded by the breeze. The photo has been able to capture for history one of the instants of greatest Hyperborean glory of the whole Kali Yuga, the envoy of Christos Lucifer showing us the path of honor and immortality, making it possible for the face of the vile enemy to be uncovered in front of our confusion. We have then, the active disposition to carve this stone in order to portray that image of glory. Such is our will. But will the potential disposition of the stone allow us to fulfill our purpose? Is it not too small? We will then have to make a representation to scale. And its grain, will it allow us to clearly express the charismatic gesture of the Führer? Will we have to think about it? And its hardness, will it yield to our formative strokes? Or are our tools inadequate to model this stone? We will have to try it out, test the feasibility of our project, etc. We thus see that one thing is the active disposition to do and another the potential disposition of the material to receive the deed. In general, it can be affirmed that the active disposition of a faculty is determined by the potential disposition of the structure in which it is applied. In general, it can be stated that the active disposition of a faculty is determined by the potential disposition of the structure in which it is applied. In the allegory, the will to represent the Führer in that stone is not enough. It must be verified whether the stone accepts the proposed conformation. If it is too small, the natural size cannot be used. If it is too hard, it cannot be carved. If it is too SOS, it will break, and so on. In the end, the active disposition, the will adapt to the potential disposition of the stone, the material structure, and a representation of the Führer will emerge. But such an image will inevitably be determined by the dimensions of the stone, by the quality of the raw material. Truth that inevitably depends on the dimensions of the schema. And similarly the rational subject applies its active disposition, its will, to the archetypal memory in order to actualize the inverted archetypes and construct the cultural structure, but such an active disposition will always be determined by a potential disposition of the archetypes for interpreting, with greater or lesser fidelity, the design of the entity. Considering these clarifications, the previous answer should not offer any doubts. The active disposition of its faculty of imagining enables the subject to render a fantasy, but such an image will inevitably be determined by a potential disposition of the conscious sphere, or schema of self, i.e., structure of self, which is what ultimately provides the energy. Hence the energy of the fantasy comes from the light sphere or consciousness. But this answer can be completed by highlighting that, although the energy of the fantasy is contributed by the light sphere, this occurs at the request of the conscious subject, by the disposition of its faculty of imagining. But we already knew this. How can we complete the previous answer? By noticing that fantasies are images essentially sustained by the conscious subject, produced volitionally by the self and for the self, and being constituted, like every psychic terminus, by archetypal symbols, they can be unfolded in intellectual processes that have, like no other psychic phenomenon, the possibility of enrapturing the attention of the conscious subject and enervating its will. This possibility will be explained in the article H. Let us now continue with the energetic study of fantasies. Two images, a conscious representation and a fantasy, can be semically homologous and both possess maximum energy. However, they will essentially differ in one note of energy. And this must be so because otherwise the conscious subject would not know how to distinguish the image of an actual entity from an ideal fantasy, would not know how to differentiate the plane of actual entities from the plane of imaginary objects. The difference lies, as was said, in a note of energy, in the first intention or direction toward the self that the energy of every conscious representation possesses. Fantasies, in effect, do not possess the first intention because they have not been referenced toward the self but, on the contrary, were structured in the schema of self and from there emerged in the light sphere, required by the conscious subject. The subject has placed the fantasy in the light sphere and has referenced it to an ideal object, to an idea. Because it is energetic, the fantasy must have an intentionality, but this intentionality aims not at the self but at an idea of the subject. The fantasy coats such an idea, imaginatively shapes it and sustains itself in it. The conscious subject thus comes to be the essential support of the fantasies, since it voluntarily unfolds itself in order to reproduce them. This voluntary unfolding of the subject into the fantasy, this intimate presence of the subject in the imaginary object, means that there is at all times an awareness of the purely ideal character of the perceived image. Something very different occurs when the image is a conscious representation. It emerges in front of the subject provided with a first intention that evidences it as a representative of an entity and as an object for the conscious subject. But such ontic objectivity is a posteriori to rational knowledge since the comprehension of the schema has been previously obtained, a priori, by the cultural subject. The first intention of the image, contained in the thought of the conscious subject, undoubtedly says that it is the schema of an entity. The experience of the schema previously experienced by the cultural subject says a priori to which entity it is. Let us now suppose that the conscious subject clearly distinguishes the image of an entity and knows, by the first intention, that it is an ideal object of knowledge. What occurs if the subject wishes to know how the object knows? In that case the subject must reflect on the object, i.e., must reflect itself on the object, momentarily situate itself in it and, from it, perceive the subject as an object. In this inversion of the subject-object relationship the conscious subject can see himself seeing, know himself knowing, can know as the subject knows the object. But such an invasion of the object by the conscious subject irreversibly introduces an alteration in its energetic composition. Superimposed on the first intention is a second intention directed toward the subject. But, the images of entities with a second intention are no longer so clearly objective, they become more and more subjective and end up provoking the subject's distrust. What happens is that a prolonged reflection of the subject on a single object leads to its subjectivation. to the impossibility of distinguishing with clarity what really belongs to the entity and what has been put into the object by the imagination. When this occurs, the subject, powerless to confirm the reality of the entity, distrusts and doubts the whole macrocosm. So that the reflection of the conscious subject does not cause the subjectivation of the object, man must cultivate the exercise of fantasy. His images, in fact, possess no first intention because they do not directly come from the world and, moreover, the subject knows from the outset that they are imaginary objects. Reflection on an object of fantasy, by a subject who never at any time loses sight of the world of real entities, is the surest manner of knowing the microcosm and of affirming the macrocosm, avoiding confusion between the two or the negation of one of them. Naturally, this option of reflecting only on ideal objects that are the product of fantasy entails a condition: it is not apt for volitively weak subjects. There is here, as in all paths of higher knowledge, in the meaning in which higher is conscious knowledge with respect to rational knowledge, a danger, the danger that the intimate energy of the ideal object overcomes the will of the subject and deploys its entelligial process on it. This possibility, as already set forth, will be expounded in Article H. Second, we already know that conscious representations are rational a priori, by perception of the rational subject, and intelligible a priori, by perception of the cultural subject. The perception of the image that the conscious subject obtains is, then, a posteriori to the perception, rational and intelligible, of the truth of the entity that it represents. But fantasies do not seem to be in the same case, since they are reproductions that the conscious subject realizes in the light sphere without intervention of the remaining psychic structures. The question is, are not fantasies rational and intelligible like conscious representations? Answer: fantasies are not rational and intelligible a priori. However, at the very moment that the conscious subject reflects on them, takes them for ideal objects and endows them with second intentions, they become rational and intelligible. How can this occur? This is what we will explain next, step by step. Let us begin by recalling that the anemic subject simultaneously acts in the three mnemic structures already studied, in the archetypal memory as a rational subject or reason, in the cultural structure as a cultural subject, and in the conscious sphere as a conscious subject. Normally, the conscious subject is solidly linked to the cultural subject and to reason, each one acting in its structure. So, without hashing that the anemic subject constitutes a unity, even when it simultaneously manifests itself in three distinct structures, we will explain the causal relationship that links this triple manifestation. Let us note at the outset that, according to the analogical study of conscious thought, the symbolic content of every representation has to come from the cultural structure. Fantasies, on the other hand, use as raw material semic elements that, although they come from the schema of self, are no more than archetypal symbols that once emerged and were structured in the conscious sphere. But this semic composition is not enough for the fantasy to be rational and intelligible a priori. To be rational, the fantasy must undergo the second operation of reason, and to be intelligible, the fantasy, as the content of conscious thought, must have the foundation of a significance. The problem is, if fantasies are ideal objects exclusively reproduced in the conscious sphere, what causal relationship between the conscious subject and the cultural and rational subjects makes the fantasy become rational and intelligible a posteriori to its appearance? Answer: first of all, it is necessary to emphasize that it is the disposition that the conscious subject assumes when thinking what calls to reason and motivates its response, that which always ends up determining the form of the thought, making any idea rational. This occurs like this because reason responds to questioning. But with questioning we do not refer to any logical question, because logic is the structural modality of language that chooses the translative faculty of the cultural subject to note the truth of the entity in a significant context, i.e., logic is a property of rational thinking that intervenes a posteriori to the act of reason. The questioning to which we allude is simply a movement of the conscious subject, that flexion that the conscious subject voluntarily performs in order to direct itself toward an ideal object. In the mental state of the Pasu, or lost virya, reason responds to almost all the movements made by the conscious subject with operations of schematic interpretation, that is to say, reason operatively interprets the impression that the ideal object causes in the conscious subject and constructs an equivalent schema, rationalizing the fantasy. Said schema, experienced by the cultural subject, produces a representation that emerges and superimposes itself on the fantasy, turning it, a posteriori, rational and intelligible. In summary, when the conscious subject is confronted with an ideal object with a second intention, the following phenomenon occurs. The conscious subject generates a cognitive movement referred to the ideal object. Said movement is interpreted as a formal questioning by reason that instantaneously establishes a bioelectrical interconnection in the cellular structure of the brain as a solidary response. Such a particular interconnection, by the biunivocal correspondence between structures, is transferred to the cultural structure where it topologically plasmates itself over its elements, i.e., the relationships involved are illuminated. A logical path is thus formalized that, traveled by the cultural subject, constitutes the very intelligence of the object considered. From that activity of the cultural subject, from that thinking over the systems of the cultural structure arises the rational representation that then emerges toward the light sphere and superimposes itself on the image of the ideal object, transforming the fantasy into a complete conscious representation. But such a representation is not only rational and intelligible, as was seen, but it has also been semically reconstructed in imitation of the relationships experienced by the cultural subject, i.e., in accordance with the logical assertions of language. That is why the knowledge that the subject obtains from a fantasy a posteriori will always be invariably conceptual. From this we must draw the conclusion that a fantasy, even the most sublime, even that which seems most distanced from the entities of the macrocosm, will at first only be seen synthetically by the conscious subject, then, a posteriori to that first vision in which the fantasy evidences itself as a purely ideal object, the reflection of the conscious subject will cause the rationalization and intelligibilization that finally leads to its confusion with an equivalent conscious representation. What is set forth in 13th commentary of Article F will allow us to observe this phenomenon with more precision. Let us say, then, that at first the conscious subject perceives the fantasy. When reflecting on it, the subject flexes, moves, directs itself to the fantasy, causing the reaction of reason. Reason responds to the conscious subject's questioning by archetypally interpreting the fantasy and transferring its schema to the cultural structure. There the cultural subject animates a structural concept of such a schema and produces its conscious representation. By animating a concept it is necessary to understand to think an a priori synthetic judgment, that is to say, the cultural subject makes a judgment about the fantasy and produces its representation in consciousness. But the representation of a concept implies its definition in the terms of a language, its propositional description. When the representation emerges to consciousness, almost instantaneously also the perception of the fantasy, it superimposes itself on its image, conceptually masks it. Then the fantasy suddenly becomes significant for the apperception of the conscious subject. The apperception of the fantasy not only evidences the subject-object relationship for the conscious subject, but finds it founded on a clearly conceptual significance, on a semiotic description, on a propositional definition. Such is the apperception, a posteriori, of the fantasy. The subject finds it significant, understands it, because it sees it, a posteriori, through the veil of its analytic description. There is no need to insist too much on the fact that the rational comprehension of a fantasy constitutes, in reality, its concealment behind a cultural mask. When the Pasu conceptually understands a fantasy, it signifies that the fantasy is covered with a symbol that represents it, and analytically interprets it, in front of the apperception of the conscious subject. And said symbol or description not only masks and deforms the image of the fantasy but also definitively mutilates and alters its properties and introduces all sorts of gnoseological deviations. Science will manage to perceive it as such. That is why all the esoteric and religious schools of the Synarchy propose passive contemplation as a method of metaphysical knowledge. The virya, i.e., the one who is the expression of the enchained spirit, on the other hand, will never disdain anemic action, and this will not prevent him from perceiving fantasies in all their light. How? First by adopting a luciferic graceful attitude, which will be explained in the second part, and then by discovering in himself the infinite ego. H. The myth and the sacred symbol. In the previous article, in the Twelch commentary, we studied that every conscious representation, upon energetically stabilizing itself and appearing in front of the subject, attempts to develop an entelligible process. This is due to the fact that, being conformed by archetypal symbols, it behaves in a manner analogous to the projection on the material plane of the universal archetypes and, as such, tends to entelchy. This process is, in reality, only the continuation of the movement initiated in the archetypes inverted in the archetypal memory. By reason, one can speak, with propriety, of a single phenomenon divided into several phases. Phase 1, actualization of the inverted archetypes as schema 2 of the entity. Phase 2, rational representation on the relationship. Phase 3, emergence of the conscious representation. Phase 4, development of the entelligible process in front of the conscious subject. Naturally, phase 4 is always interrupted by the will of the subject, in order to maintain control of the consciousness, once it has obtained sufficient knowledge of the representation through its eidetic vision. The capacity of the conscious subject to volitively act in order to divert attention from a representation is a sign of an elevated evolution in the psychic structure of the Pasu, for such an affirmation of the subject can only take place in a schema of self of great structural complexity, in a schema of self that, justly, has been integrated with representations that have completed their entelchy in the absence of the subject and form part, albeit unknown, of the history of the microcosm. So, then, a highly evolved conscious subject has to be capable of avoiding the entelligible process of the representations, a process that the attempts to develop because they are, beyond the image that they represent, archetypal symbols in full actuality. However, there is a type of representation, which up to now we have not studied, before the elevated energy of which the conscious subject, even the most evolved, is not only volitively ineffective but also runs the risk of being irreversibly fragmented or definitively dissolved. So dangerous a type of representation is denominated myth and its image, sacred symbol. The myth and the sacred symbol will be the object of extensive study in the second part, in which the way to avoid the mentioned danger will be presented and it will be explained why it is necessary, in spite of everything, to deal with them. Here we will explain the archetypal origin of myths. This is the best time to do so, since their manifestation in the consciousness has a close causal relationship with the reproduction, by the conscious subject, of certain fantasies. Let us recall the macrocosmic objective of the Pasu's finality, to be a giver of meaning to the entities. So that it can fulfill such a finality, the demiurge has superimposed on the entelligible finality of entities a suprafinality for the Pasu, a design that must be discovered and rationalized in a cultural language and returned to the entity by means of the expression of the sign. We will not repeat what has already been studied in other articles, we will only summarize what is necessary to facilitate the explanation. In the entities, then, there are two termini, a universal one that represents the universal archetype and a particular one that responds to the demiurgic design. When the entity impressions the sensorial sphere of the Pasu, reason eliminates, by comparison with the hereditary archetypal memory, the universal terminus, i.e., it confronts the universal archetype of the macrocosm with the inverted archetype of the microcosm. Thus the design is discovered as that of the entity that transcends the sensorial sphere and is schematically interpreted by reason. The design is the truth of the entity and its schema link of the cultural structure to which we call relationship between principles. The principle, or node, to which is linked the relationship or schema of the entity is, naturally, the actualization of the inverted archetype eliminated during its discovery. But a principle, or simple symbol, can never be represented because its passive potency possesses no reference to self. Nevertheless a replica of it can integrate the schema of the entity as a semic element, in which case it is denominated, archetypal symbol. And these archetypal symbols that comprise the representations are those that impulse, without losing the structural integrity of the schematic image, the entelligible process in front of the conscious subject. But let us return to the design. Perhaps the critical treatment that we have made in this book on the work of the demiurge has not sufficiently evidenced the importance that the Lahasha has given to the being for man of the entities, to the revealing design of his creative omnipotence.